like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I can give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the finals of the Void series. It has seemed like a long time getting here, but we are finally here after seeing those bangers of the matches yesterday. Today, I have with me the lovely Wee-Woo, who I haven't been able to manage to cast with for quite some time. It is quite a reunion. How is it going, mate? How are you doing?
I missed you, Blam. That's all I can say.
I missed you too.
you. I'm glad to be here. I'm ready. I'm ready. Us together casting the finals, it's like this should be made into a movie. I'm just gonna say that. All right. This is
It
basically
should be. It
Yeah.
should be. It's the redemption arc. It's the redemption arc. Because
It's
the
the
last time we
redemption.
actually casted together was the conclusion of the MohLIEVERS tournament. So it's been quite a while. It's been quite a while,
Yeah.
but I've been watching your weekends. I've been supporting you in the background. But yeah, I can't wait to see the conclusion of today's tournament. Obviously, first up, we do have it is Superiority against MohLIEVERS, I believe.
Yes, it's gonna be MohLIEVERS versus Superiority, and they're gonna be battling it out to see who gets third place and the $200 prize for that. They still get some money, so you know they're determined. I want $200, but I'm bad at this game, so we're gonna watch them instead. You know, we're gonna have them fight it out.
$200
Yeah.
worth of English muffins, crumpets
Oh,
that we were
that's-
talking about pre-air. So that's a lot of crumpets you can buy with $200. I'm not too sure that's what's on the players list, but hey ho, that would be my priority right now, especially after how hungry I'll be after watching these
That's right.
series. But then after this one, we do have Puddi versus APHRO Z3, Z3. I'm going to say them both because I got a lot of crap for that last time. So I'm going to say both of them throughout that match just to keep the chat happy. But it's definitely going to be a send-off of the tournament. I have my reservations in my head. We can't make them, but they're in there. I'm not manifesting them. I just know what's going to go on. I will be very shocked otherwise. But yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw Puddi take a 2-0 against MohLIEVERS, which is crazy. Puddi completely undefeated in the entire tournament. And then we also saw Alpha Z3 Z3 also take a 2-1 victory over Superiority. So towards that middle match, we thought that we were going to see a Superiority turnaround, but
Yeah.
a Z3 come through it 2-1 to secure themselves in today's finals.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see because the first match, which is for third, it's gonna be a best of 3 like always. But the finals, it's the finals, baby. It's worth something, a little more. It's for $1,500 for first place. So that one's gonna be a best of 5. So let's see if they can get their chickens in order, their eggs laid, ready to go. If they can practice and have a good coach who can command them and see. If you're behind a little bit, you have a lot of games to come back. You can learn, and their play style. Puddi's been playing insane, like you said, undefeated. But so has APHRO. Z3. I'm gonna say Z3. Zed. That is so British to me. I'm gonna say Z3. Z3 themselves have been playing insane as well. So it's gonna be a good match, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be nothing short but an epic conclusion to the tournament. I did have a trail of thought there, but I've lost it for a second. But what I was going to say. Yeah, anyway, you were saying that the second place does get $300 and then first
Yes.
place does get $1,500. So, I mean, like you say, Pro Z3, Z3 are going to have to pull out some massive moves to try
Yes.
and knock out the Titans. That is Puddi for that $1,500. So it's going to
Yeah.
be crazy. I hope it's going to
mean-
be a good best of 5. I hope it's not just going to be an absolute onslaught for either of the teams. Obviously, Puddi being undefeated would more than likely be the contender there for a complete 3-0. But I hope a APHRO Z3 bring some good stuff with them. I hope they've had the English muffins. I'm manifesting it for them. At least try and do it. You can do it. You got this.
You're gonna make me go to Publix and buy some English muffins after these matches.
I am.
I'm actually hungry for them now, which are, by the way, vastly superior over bagels. Just gonna put that out there. Bagels are like bottom tier in my eyes, but you know what?
I think the pitchforks might come out for you,
Yeah,
Wee Woo. The pitchforks may come out for you, mate, if you
The
do say
Einstein
any more.
Bros company might, blacklist me from the world, so I don't want to go too much into it. But listen, crumpets. That's what we're here for. And $1,500 for first place
And $1,500
as well.
yeah.
That's below the crumpets, but it's definitely still.
No, yeah, I mean, a few interesting things I saw from the matches yesterday, though, going back to some relevant non-food related before we get all the chat hungry and they leave us and we have no concurrent viewership, was the interesting rollout of Thresh. I mean, we didn't really see Thresh throughout the entire tournament, and then yesterday it seemed like it was a Thresh start for Thresh. It seemed to come out quite a bit. Normally it's the Alistair coming through. Normally we see the Graggers coming through as support, but no, yesterday we got Mr. Thresh come out in all his undead glory, which I'm really hoping to see, because I enjoy playing Thresh and I enjoy seeing Thresh in EU. So I'm very excited to see if we get some more Thresh come through today.
Yeah.
We do have all the players in the lobby, so we should be starting soon.
No, it should be good. I feel like they're gonna be banning Thresh after seeing the power and the dynamic destruction that he could put onto the battlefield with his CC and insane sleeper damage. Honestly, like, his passive is very, very strong for poking in lane, and then in team fights he's still there doing so much damage. And a good Thresh with voice comms and a lantern is disgusting. So let's see it.
Absolutely.
Let's see if they do it. And
Let's
off.
see what the priority bans are going to be for today's stream or today's conclusion in these matches, because these are going to be the final matches that these teams play for a little while now. We're not too sure when the next one is. Hopefully we get a little bit of insight on that later on. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they actually go for. Obviously, picks and bans. I mean, picks I did see yesterday, but bans I wasn't actually here in time for the bans, so I just saw the gameplay. So we do see that Shen priority ban come through for an entire tournament. He has been one of those champions that's always been banned in the first 3 picks, especially as we get closer towards the finals. It was one of those champion picks that has a great skill base. It's very high in the ELO as well, especially when it comes into those jungles roles that we see the Shen come through. Having that global ultimate is a big thing within these matches. But we've seen some big old bands coming in. The Ornn once again, the Volibear. So that's 2 massive jungle picks already gone. And Baron lane or support. We do generally see that Ornn go in the support lane though.
We're not going to be seeing a Nemesis duel today, and maybe it's a good thing because Ornn is a menace, an absolute disgusting monster once he gets to the late game. Even early game in the laning phase, he is very hard to kill, and Volibear's the same. His ult coming in for a gank, you can't stop it. Your turret can't save you now. So it's good to see him banned, and then we see another ban, and it's going to be that Camille ban, who's also a great bruiser, an absolutely great bruiser to be around. In a team fight, she's there, she sustains, and she deals that damage, and she can kite some enemies off. So these are some big hitter bans that I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's surprising that MohLIEVERS actually went for the Camille ban, even though she is one of these high priority bans. We did see that Superiority actually managed to play her one of the matches. I believe that was actually not the match that they managed to win, but still must have been a pick that was definitely memorable for the other team to go for the ban. But once again, Camille, typical first 3 bans for either of these teams. The set is actually an interesting one. We did see set yesterday be picked by Superiority as well. Oh, yeah. So MohLIEVERS have banned that off the table.
A lot of big boys and girls. I can't, let Camille get out of this. Yeah, a lot of big people getting
singular. The lady. With the lovely legs for blades.
The voluptuous legs, yes.
That's the one. That was the same that we had in the previous MohLIEVERS tournament.
That's right. All right, we're seeing the picks. We're looking at that bot lane Pyke and Kai'Sa combo. They work very well together. Pyke with that little stun procs Kai'Sa passive. She can get a lot more damage done, and it stuns them at the same time and brings them closer, which is good because Kai'Sa doesn't have too much range. That's going to be a big problem for Ezreal to deal with. We're seeing a hover over either Karma or Braum, and we get Braum instead. Okay, Ezreal, Braum versus Pyke, Kai'Sa. Who do you have for that, Blam? How are you feeling about that one?
The man with the mighty stash. I just released a video on him earlier today, so I've actually been playing quite a bit of Braum recently. Obviously, he does counter Ezreal's ult, but he's on the same team, so he doesn't have to worry about that now. I'm not too sure about the same interaction goes for Pyke onto the Braum, whether he blocks the Pyke spike. Interesting to see if that interaction does take place. I haven't seen it personally, but we will probably see it in this match. But notoriously, we do see the red side always try and lock in that duo lane team comp first. We've been seeing for the rest of the tournament that they generally lock in duo lane straight away with the first 2 picks. And we see that red side has been a big banger for most of these teams, to be honest. A little bit of upset between the later stages of the tournament, but majority of the tournament, red side generally wins it in this meta. But we see the Lee Sin and the Jax locked in, so we know that MohLIEVERS have got their jungle. Jax, however, is going to be up in that Baron lane, so it's going to be interesting to see what these bans come through. I can only suspect that we'll see MohLIEVERS ban more jungles than they ban any other role within this one, just to dwindle down the selection on Superiority.
Yeah, and honestly, I like that. If you don't know exactly what the enemy team plays in the jungle, or if you know what they play, but they play so many different champions, you can just dwindle that, especially when the jungler is such an important role in these games. The jungler with the ganks in a team fight, you need to coordinate so many team fights, so many objectives, just in general, invades, which slowly dwindle the game out and spell the win or loss for you. You focus on that jungler on the enemy team. You want to make sure they can't do what they want to do. And then your jungler, especially if you're Lee Sin can go wherever he wants. He invades, he ganks, he kills, he does it all early game. And that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do in that early game. Take that lead, let Kai'Sa build up, let Lee Sin do the damage, and then Kai'Sa can take over. Let her, say, I got this, Lee Sin, and then you win the game. And we'll see like
Definitely.
That. We got the rest of the band. Yeah.
Rest of the bands here, we're seeing the Fiora, the Jace, the Vi, and I'm going to leave this one down to you, Weewoo. We all know and love how you pronounce Xin Zhao, so you can go ahead and say that final one. Let's just hope they don't get a Lucian pick as well. So that's the 2 picks that Woo says absolutely beautifully. And we always love it when he says both of those champions' names. But yeah, the Akali coming through. We're seeing quite a bit of an assassin team comp on the side of MohLIEVERS here. We got the Pike. You got obviously Kaiser going in with the ult as well. Lee Sin, the Akali. There's no big bruiser here yet being picked. I can only imagine that the Baron laner may be that. That's assuming that the Akali is going to be down in the mid lane. But we see the Wukong come through in the jungle for Superiority here. And then the Tristana come through again. So we might be seeing the Trist in the dual lane with the Braum. And then Ezreal in the mid lane. Possibly going against the Akali. So let's see what this last little lock-in is going to be for MohLIEVERS.
Ezreal's got that little, you know, way to get out of trouble. So does Tristana as well. Both of them have that E that can get them out of trouble. So, you know, it could be either one, but it will most likely be Ezreal in that mid lane. And we're seeing MohLIEVERS, the red team, picking basically all evil characters, all red evil characters, and we got Superiority with all good guys. So it's a battle of good versus evil, it looks like, in this team fight. We got Lee Sin, Kaiser, Kassadin, Akali, and Pike for MohLIEVERS. And we got Jax, Wukong, Ezreal, Tristana, and Braum for Superiority. So, I mean, do we go for the good guys or the bad guys?
The color palettes between these 2 teams have definitely been coordinated. I mean, there's a lot of purples, a lot of reds going on the side of MohLIEVERS. And on the other side, you got quite a bit of purple, a bit of blue in there for the Ezreal, for the Braum as well. And then obviously Wukong upsets it a little bit. It's not as quite consistent as the side of MohLIEVERS. But yeah, we're seeing actually the Kassadin is going to go in the mid lane against the Ezreal. Quite a bit of a lore breakdown and a brawl going down in the mid lane. And then Akali going against the Jax. So once again, a lot of like dive in, dive out picks on the side of MohLIEVERS.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Wukong versus Lee Sin. Wukong's got that sustain to survive a Lee Sin little combo. And he's able to also stun him at the same time. But he's going to have to time his ultimate as Wukong very well against that Lee Sin to be able to stop him in his tracks from just dashing and weaving in between his team and picking them off one by one, because they are pretty, you know, you got that Ezreal and that Tristana for your backlane, but you do have Wukong, Braum as your frontliners, and then Jax to wreak havoc everywhere else. I do like their team combo. Their team combination is very, very well. But then you have MohLIEVERS with that Lee Sin, that Kassadin, Kaiser, Pike, and Akali, all squishies. No tanks on their side, but they're going to try to see if they can get that early game with that Lee Sin and just kill them instead of being scared of dying themselves, you know?
Yeah, the only thought of MohLIEVERS team comp I would say is like the lack of CC. All you've really got is Pike's pull. There's not much else in terms of what they can offer in terms of CC there, other than obviously Lee Sin being able to kick people out of the team fight, Pike being able to pull them into the direction that he wants them to. But if you look on the side of Superiority, they've not only got Counter-Strike, they've got Wukong's ultimate as well, and they've also got Braum's knock-up and obviously concussive blows if they manage to land enough of his passive onto the enemy champions. So quite a bit of CC against not so much CC on the side of MohLIEVERS. It's very interesting to see MohLIEVERS go for something like this. Their team comps are generally a lot different in terms of what they go for. They normally have the Aatrox, the Fiora, the Jace, the Kaiser's obviously in there, Gragas is normally in there, who wasn't actually banned this time around. So I'm really interested to see why they haven't picked Gragas and why they've gone for this Pike pick instead.
Pike's got that good early game. Honestly, look at that exactly right there. The poke, force the flash out on the Tristana. She's already low. She's going to have to recall. And Pike, with his insane passive, look, he's going to be back to full health. He's healing right now. He just healed. Oh, another flash into it. A first blood with the Pike. That was so easy. That was very, very easy for them. Waste the flash, but they burn the flash on the Tristana, and they get the kill. And just like that, Kaiser's online. In a minute in. She's online. I mean, she's ready.
That flash, that Pike pull there, that interaction just as a whole was beautifully executed.
Oh my
by
goodness.
MohLIEVERS here. And I'm not going to say it because we're meant to be unbiased, but in my head, I've got the thoughts that's going on, why this team comes going on, and what is going on. But I'll give that a bit of an after flavor, a bit of spice towards the end of the match. But
No,
so far,
definitely.
in that duo lane, it's definitely going in favor of MohLIEVERS rather than Superiority. However, that mid lane is definitely looking more so in the favor of Ezreal right now. But the problem with a champion like Kassadin is if you sort of allow him to get ahead, allow him to get that first kill, he is one of those champions that generally just scales very well towards that late game.
Definitely.
So I think that's
Yeah.
the whole thing for Ezreal in the mid lane, is just got to make sure that Kassadin
Definitely.
doesn't get that rhythm and tempo going.
Ezreal needs to gank his team because you have that bot lane losing, and Kassadin excels when they're just pushing that lane and farming the gold. So he doesn't want to necessarily leave. We're looking at a little team fight here. Braum taking so much damage. Another pike hook onto the Tristana, bullying her. An ult from Lee Sin, and they get the other kill onto the Braum. Both of them go down. They're looking for a third. They're looking for a third. They got the wrong monkey.
It's a bit of a bullion.
Oh, but they got the right monkey there time. That it is. 3 kills right there off that gank. That Lee Sin ultimate. It's so much.
Okay.
It's
Little bit of a one trade up there in the Baron lane. That Ignite just hit a little bit different from Jax than it did on Akali 2. Jax there, they both exhausted the Ignite, but Jax being lucky enough just to take the Ignite just a little bit closer to the edge, taking the kill on the Akali, but back down to that bot lane, that 3-on-1 engage under the turret. Nobody is confident to try and take that on, especially when it's a Lee Sin, it's a Kaiser, and a Pike. You can either be pulled, kicked, or just literally pounced on in any direction possible. There's no way of getting out of there. But we did see that Vox did try and take out the Kaiser just to get some gold in his pocket, but was just a little bit unlucky in that interaction as a whole.
If I'm Superiority, I'm telling my solo laner, I'm telling Jax, build Hullbreaker, because right now that is what I'm looking at for the win condition. 100%. You need your 4v5s to go very well. You have Wukong, you have Ezreal, you have a good front line to be able to sustain and try to survive that team fights. Look at that poke. Tristana with a little dash at the same time, but it's not enough. It's a 1v2 under tower. Pike gets the kill, gets the gold to Karma. She's low. Braum can't do anything. Another one! Pike is too much. Pike is too much to deal with right now. The damage is insane. The CC is insane. He is so strong. He's got 3,800 gold. Kaiser has 4,000 gold. That bot lane is getting bullied. Jax, build Hullbreaker. Do it for me. All right, that is the only way you're winning right now. You need that Jax to scale and win these team fights, these fights against Akali, and push that lane, because your bot lane is not what you are winning off of right now.
Definitely. I think the one thing worth pointing out as well is that we've got 2 serrated Dirk items going in on the side of MohLIEVERS, and that item currently right now, especially with the armor pen, is crazy. So not only have we got the Lee Sin going, building that into the Yumus, we do see that Serpent Fang being built onto Pike as well. And we just saw Dienzio's damage on Kaiser just absolutely melting down the Tristana, and then also getting the kill onto the Braum as well. It was just pretty much it's bye-bye Nita for duo lane. Just look at that damage. It's crazy.
Through the Braum shield. Oh, Jax is going down.
Not even a
counter-strike.
Wukong
looking for something.
Anything.
So close, but Wukong does get the kill on Akali. He's going to be looking for that Kassadin. He's not online yet, but he still does a lot of damage. But Wukong's got his ultimate. Will it be enough? Is he going to go for it? Oh, so close. Good little fight by Wukong, but not enough to kill the Kassadin. But look at this. 5 minutes in, and they're taking bot.
I want to bring it back to that English muffin talk that we was on about. That the play by Wukong there was just the butter melting on top of that English muffin, as we saw in the lovely pictures that both me and Pierce both sent into the Discord. But yeah, we got a bit going on in this mid lane. Enough of the food talk, as you know, as Castin, I always bring out the food. Look at this
Pike's damage.
But there's just so much going on, literally. Oh man, this Kaiser is popping up, especially with the Pike. I don't know where to look. There's so much going on.
Procs the passive off Kai'Sa, and she can ult wherever she wants without even hitting her W onto anyone. So if a Pike lands it, she just ults onto the Tristana, and then she Qs, and there goes all the health, and then Pike finishes it off. And it's done. Braum's trying to survive. It's not going to be enough. Kai'Sa's doing so much damage. She's very, very strong. They got Mountain Dragon. there's nothing you can do really against this Kai'Sa Pike combo right now. The Q is doing too much damage. She's got mana immune, and she's only gonna get stronger once it finishes building into the final option for that item. Jax is very low right now. He doesn't want to go in. He's waiting for that smoke to go away. Oh, look at Hitman. He's got the kill. Oh, Wukong coming in to save the day, but it's not gonna be enough, is it? No. Oh, the slit. Oh,
he still gets it. Still gets it. That flavor from Vox managing to take out the Akali was just beautiful there. But Dienzio might get caught out here. Oh, we get the Tristana going in with a rocket jump, but she just signed her own death warrant. There goes the Pike going in with the ult as well, landing and getting some more extra gold in the back pocket for Pike there. Landing that ultimate last hit also.
Another ultimate by Pike. Will that be? Oh, no! He just, but he gives the gold to Braum. Braum gets the shutdown. Braum with gold doesn't do too much. He missed the ult. Lee Sin juked him out a little bit. You know, they got the shutdown, but Braum gets the gold, and that's not what you want to see because now he has more gold than Tristana. Tristana's 0-5 right now. She's not online. She's not going to be doing anything. She's not the backline that you need. So they're focusing on Ezreal, basically. Ezreal is their focus. Jax is their focus. Everyone but Tristana, basically. She has been effectively shut out of this game by this Pike and Kai'Sa. She went in for that kill, and Kai'Sa came back in with her ult of her own, had the shield, and was able to get that Tristana in that team fight. And there's not much you can do right now. Akali going so deep in right now. Look at the damage she's doing to Jax. She doesn't care. She wants these one-on-ones. She dashes out. She's able to get away. Wukong's fighting for his life. Oh, he gets silenced by the Kassadin, and he goes down. Pike with the W in, putting it low. Another ult in. They get the double kill. They're going to take this inhib at 8 minutes in. They're pushing Nexus. Oh my god, Akali's going deeper than a water slide. Holy cow, she's just going crazy. Oh, but she finally goes down to the Tristana. Oh my goodness.
This is a pre-10-minute match. We are literally like 13k gold ahead. We are pretty much at the inhibitor day. I mean, not the inhibitor. The inhibitor's gone in the bot lane. We're at the Nexus. Pre-10 minutes. What is going on?
I don't know.
What is this team comp? It is just uncrackable for Superiority. They can't do anything.
With that 20-second team fight with the Pike, forcing the flash, and then he had the flash of his own to kill the Tristana, and that was it. Once Pike gets gold, he's an assassin. If he gets ahead, it's a struggle, and it's even harder because of his passive, where he shares the gold with his teammates. Because now he's fed, and so is Kai'Sa. And you don't want a fed Kai'Sa. Another dash, another poke, but he misses it, but he gets away, and look, he still has all his health. He didn't even take damage.
This is case in point why you don't want to fed Kai'Sa. I mean, she's pretty much what? If I can read that properly, 306. She's just about going into her third item.
Wukong's fighting for his
We're getting some encore people here, so there goes the... That's already a 3-0 trade so far, I believe. No, actually, no, 3-2 trade. Sorry, I couldn't see the screen.
He's stuck in their base, and he's not even dying. He's just killing them. Look, he's gonna sit there while they take the second turret. They're gonna take inhib. He's stuck. He's waiting for his passive. Okay, he's back. Filet-O-Fish is good. He's safe and sound. They got an ace. Quick ace. The gold difference is almost 20,000 gold difference.
We've just hit the 10-minute mark. I honestly didn't think Superiority was gonna last the 10-minute mark, but I feel like those two inhibitors going down. They're at the second dragon already. I don't even recall MohLIEVERS taking the first dragon. There's just so much going on. Just so much to recall. Braum here overextending in the mid lane. What is he doing this late in the game? This behind.
Uh-oh. Jax. I mean, Jax is just
Tristana.
Oh, the double ultimate by the Pike. Gets both of them. I don't even know how much damage it's doing. It's looking like they're at half health when they get ulted. Another one goes down. Pike just decimating these forces. Misses the poke right there. He does another ultimate just to try to do some damage before it expires. Kai'Sa ulting in, looking for another kill. Wukong goes down. Braum! No! Braum goes down, and so does Kai'Sa. They went a little too deep, but they don't care. They're looking for Just kills. They're trying to assert dominance for these next team fights. They're trying to break the morale of superiority right now, and I honestly think it's working. Jax should have went Hullbreaker. Jax is trying too hard in these team fights when it's a lost cause. He should have been forcing the split push, looking for the secondary objectives, getting that gold from the turrets that they desperately need right now for this team. That's all he needed to do. He should have 100% built Hullbreaker, in my opinion. I'm not a professional.
Yeah. I can say,
But
yeah, at the same time, in the same breath, I kind of don't think that would have been the case. Because, I mean, by the time he probably would have built Hullbreaker, because he's only just gotten around to building Divine Sunder, that bot lane was already missing 2 turrets. It was like, right, okay, let's try and force the split push. But at that point, like, there's so much that can just be pushed in that bot lane, which then just makes a knock-on effect to the mid lane. It's just like, yeah, I mean, you could try go for the Hullbreaker just to get a little bit more gold in your pocket, but I don't think that's going to suit anybody or even help anybody on the side of superiority right now, because I mean, we're seeing a massive gold difference between jungler, between Baron lane, mid lane's the only closest thing in terms of gold. But even then, we just saw a team wipe. It wasn't a clean team wipe, but they did lose 3 team members. But all it's going to take is another fight like this.
He is so deep. It actually they punished Lee Sin. He goes down. They're going to take another kill real quick. Actually, hold up. They're 20k gold down, and they've got 2 kills. Oh, but Wukong goes down. That was their front line. Jax goes down. That was also their front line. Tristana is gone, but she's not doing too much damage. It's about the Ezreal right now. Ezreal needs to stay alive. Akali going so deep. Another kill. They're looking to end this battle, but they're fighting. They're putting up a good fight right now. They're holding it off. Another inhib down. 2 inhibs gone. They're pushing this Nexus. 1300 health. It's going to be enough. Braum and Ezreal. The duo. The classical. Oh, Pyke is going to stay alive. He's going to heal up with his passive. Kai'Sa. Ezreal's struggling, but he gets the kill. He survives. He keeps the Nexus stable for another go-around. They're looking for the kill here. Oh, Pyke forced the flash. He's running for his life. Will Wukong be able to catch him? He ults early.
Oh, Roundabout. He pulls him in. He goes for the CC. There's that Cyclone.
It's not enough. Pyke is just
going to have what it takes, but Kassadin is rotating around as well. You don't be caught out by the Kassadin. That is massive damage, massive combo from Pyke and Kassadin down in the bot lane. Jax isn't quite too sure what he wants to do with himself. He's going in with that counter-strike, but then gets hit by the Pyke CC. Down goes the ult, taking out Jax, taking out the Tristana as well. Somebody just end this match. GG, go next.
The only way Pyke goes down is through his own volition, as you see right there. He put himself in the Nexus. He said, I'm too powerful. Someone put me out of my misery. It's got to be me. And that's exactly what he did. And it's going to be a game right here, I believe. 3 lanes being pushed into Nexus. They're just having fun. They're looking for the kills, and that's it right there. MohLIEVERS, the villains of this one, they picked villain characters, and you can see why. They are strong. That was an unbelievable victory. They were just decimating their opponents in that team fights, in their early game, in the lanes, in the team fights. Wukong, I mean, I almost feel for him. You know, as a jungler, every lane is lost. There's not much you can do when that's happening. So, you know, it was a commanding victory.
It was. I mean, I'm going to keep my words short here because we have people already on the panel to analyze this. So we do have Mr. Pierce and Blaziken. Let's give your thoughts to the chat.
I guess I'll hop in here. So I know that Pierce has a lot to talk about. We were kind of talking about it in our little behind-the-scenes chat, but I personally think that Superiority bungled this game in draft. So I think that the draft overall is like from both sides. I think both teams could have done a little bit better. I didn't really like the Kassadin 5th pick. And the reason that I don't like Kassadin as a 5th pick here is I think if Superiority put the Ezreal in bot lane and the Tristana in mid lane, the game turns out a lot differently. Because, right, we think about where a lot of this snowball came from was sort of the bot lane and that early power they had. And I think that the Ezreal can sort of negate that. He can play a lot safer and not necessarily have as much risk. And then I think the other thing is that Tristana into Kassadin is just a much better matchup for Tristana because it just seemed like she couldn't get off the ground. I mean, you look at that scoreline and you don't feel great as anybody ever, you know? And that's sort of the things that I was thinking about when I was originally watching this game because I'm like, if they had put this Tristana mid lane, she can get shoved against the Kassadin, get some plates, and that's really where you want to like try to get these ADCs, because ADCs in this game don't get super strong until they can get those those first couple of plates, get some gold under their belt, and start rolling. And so that's what I was mostly thinking. That said, I know Pierce has a lot to say about how well the bot lane played for the side of MohLIEVERS here. So let's hear from him real quick.
Yeah, so Jackie, American, the Pike player here, we actually saw it banned in some of the previous series, and I think we can see why. The hook flash in the early game like really set off that lane. They were already low in the first place, but spiraling that Kaisa Pike, I mean both those, it's literally two carries in the bot lane, right? You don't have a tank support and an ADC, so like getting those two ahead. They team fight afterwards, like right after the reset from Pike and Kaisa. Lee Sin comes down, and after both of their second deaths, it becomes like an incredibly hard game. See here, it's like actually hard to see because of like how big of the gold gap was. But at 1 minute in the game, they're up like almost like 1,500 gold, and that was like strictly to the bot lane, and that's like a lot of gold. So heading into the dragon, they just have complete map control. They get the first turret down. Um, as the dragon spawning, that's how much they mentioned it in game, but we didn't even realize the dragon was going down. But that's because they got the first tower before the first objective phase. So just really great, concise play from the MohLIEVERS, and excited to see what they can bring in game 2.
Yeah, I kind of want to throw
Definitely.
this out there because we didn't actually see the Pike yesterday, and that raises some questions for me because I know that we have a different support in the game. Do you think that like there's maybe an issue in terms of support ADC synergy here that's going on, where they're like MohLIEVERS necessarily, maybe they don't think they're a weaker team, but they're like, hey, maybe this guy isn't as practiced. He didn't get as many officials. He wasn't here yesterday. And so they're trying to take advantage of that with their like really strong bot lane combo between D'Enzio and Jackie, especially with Jackie on that Pike. What do we think about this, Pierce?
I think that if you're like there's a reason why Lebmon plays a tank every game, and like there's a reason why Jackie played a tank yesterday, and it's because you have to have a tank on your team. In like when you're like being respectful of your opponents. I think Jackie's trying to smurf here, and I think he did really well against the enemy team. So like props to his play there. I don't think that he would ever pick the Pike versus like Lebmon Gume though.
Yeah, I definitely agree there.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just saying either the jungle or the support has to play the tank role, and the fact that they didn't pick a tank in either of those roles, makes me like think that maybe they're underestimating the superiority. So hopefully they can run it back, in this next
Yeah,
game.
so that's kind of where I wanted to maybe sell a little bit of snake oil or some copium here for all of the
Okay.
superiority fans.
I'm listening.
So that game was over at about 8 minutes, right? Like, if we're being air quotes real, but it took them a long time to finish the game, and like, it wasn't necessarily the most convincing finish. There was a little bit of, hey, can superiority maybe get a few kills, like a shutdown. If the shutdown goes over to the Ezreal instead of the Braum, maybe we're thinking the game turns out a little bit differently. The Ezreal gets a lot of gold there. I mean, is there a way back in here? Because like, we talked about how like if superiority maybe change up a few things, maybe you drop the Tristana, play a more passive like Ziggs, something like that,
Yeah,
and you just don't. Yeah, like you just don't let the early game happen. Maybe they come back in. What are we thinking?
Maybe. What do you guys think, Vivo and Blam? Do we have options
Yeah,
here?
I think definitely that ADC was just getting absolutely bullied the entire laning phase.
Yeah.
So you definitely switch that out. You don't play a late game champion like Tristana. You play an early game with their own kind of kiting available to them. Maybe Azaya. That's what I could think of.
Safer? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, a little safer. I would definitely just play safer because they hurt the team more than help the team 100%.
Yeah.
The Braum had more gold than the ADC because they were just getting absolutely obliterated. Every time Pike showed up, they landed the hook. So you have to play a lot more safer, a lot more not I'm gonna get my team the win. It's more of I need to survive and help my team just go into that late phase.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, definitely. I would probably say just for Vox and Gon, they seem to be the two staple players within that team comp. So we saw a lot of good outplays, potential outplays, especially later on, that probably would have gone in Vox's favor if he wasn't so behind in the gold compared to the Lee Sin and obviously the whole team as a unit. And then obviously Ezreal, once again, we saw towards the end activating quite a bit, doing a lot of damage. There was a lack of AP on the side of Superiority as well, so I'd like to see a little bit more flavor in terms of the AP coming through for the team. Whereas we saw the AP Kaiser, the Kassadin, the Akali as well. There was a lot of AP to contest, and only really the Twin Guard on the Brawl. And that was basically it. That was all there was for magic resistance on the side of Superiority.
Yep. Last thing moving into this though is I would definitely get rid of that Pike and even the Blitzcrank, because I think we saw that in one of the games as well. So making sure our bot lane goes a little bit smoother, give ourselves a chance to do those outplays you talked about. The tanks become a little harder late game, but I think just getting there is our goal for this next match. So Pike has to be off the table for sure. But I would also suggest the Blitzcrank if they did their research.
Yeah, I believe Jackie played the Blitzcrank in a game against MohLIEVERS to get a win there, and it was pretty influential in that game. Jackie on the hook champions, I think it's just, in general, something that you don't want to deal with. Like, if you're not going to target out anybody else, I think that's a good target to begin with.
Yep.
That said, you know what I like about Pike? He gets the bank, but I don't have the bank. And that's why I need Budget Arcade Podcast. Because finding a quality free-to-play game can be daunting, because let's face it, they aren't all Wild Rift. That's where Budget Arcade is here to help. They've done the work of rating and reviewing free-to-play games so that you can find your new favorite. Listen wherever you get your podcast. Another big thank you to our sponsor, Community Gaming, which we have an ad for, which should be playing right about now. I'm being told our ad is having an issue. 1 second.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, body do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게로운 멜로 모든 배워 빨리 달려 넌 못 따라와 True damage we do it True damage 보여줄게 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든 My crew make the beat No one could stop us they'll try but they won't Nada nos puede parar Oh no We're wide awake now Our eyes are wide open We're running this world We're keeping it turning We're living like giants Yeah, giants We're bigger than giants We're giants It's not the way we're weak But we coming right back This time you're gonna see How we do it like that We're living like giants Yeah, giants We're bigger than giants We're giants Sleeping giants Sleeping giants
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Big as my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches. Come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd. They're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride. You're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand. You're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling.
welcome back everybody to the Void series. If you've just joined in, we have already just gone through our first round of our best of 3 with MohLIEVERS versus Superiority. MohLIEVERS currently up 1-0. Could we see Superiority come through and take a 1-1? Is yet to be seen. But if it's anything like last match, I can only hope that they can hang on just a little bit longer whilst their champions activate. But I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get into some strange bias little prism. I'm gonna hand it over to Wee Woo. What do you think, Wee Woo?
Well, you want me to slip up, Lamb? Is that what you want? All right, I'll say it. I need to see Kaiser banned. All right, I don't want to see Kaiser in this game at all. All right, I blame myself. I'm wearing a red shirt. Red team won. It's the caster's curse. There's nothing to say about that. But you know what? I'm gonna keep the red shirt on, because I don't know. I have to. I have to.
I don't know. I think between you and Pierce, it's quite balanced out. Pierce has got the blue shirt on, you've got the red shirt on, and I'm just grey, so I've got no bias. I'm just sort of bland, like most British taste buds. But anyway, well, let's go into the bans and picks here. We're still, yeah, I'm the beans. I'm the fish fingers. We're seeing Jack's priority ban on the side of MohLIEVERS, which is interesting. Obviously, Jax was one of the better performing champions, should I say, in the last match. Not the greatest. Yeah. Obviously, I've already given it to Wukong and the Ezreal for peaking the best performance within Superiority. But we see the Jax ban come through, and then Nautilus, they're trying to get rid of these hook champions. I'm guessing they're hoping. Yeah, I'm guessing they're hoping that the Pyke is not going to be the first ones to come through. But if they don't ban the Kaiser now, I feel like MohLIEVERS are just going to either let there we go, blue side are going to take it or ban it now, because I don't think they'd want to go and give it over to MohLIEVERS once again. No,
that Pyke, again, Pyke was an absolute beast the entire game, but the Kaiser did the most damage for a reason. Once she got that the gold from Pyke's passive, it was disgusting. It was just absolutely disgusting to watch. So that's 100% a great ban there. You can leave Pyke. You can't leave that Kaiser, because Pyke and Kaiser is a very, very dangerous combo to see. And we're gonna see the same bans from that Camille. You know, I like that Jax ban because, you know, we saw Jax in the late game. He was 5-7. He technically didn't seem like he was too much. But in the early game, we saw that not first blood, but we saw that kill onto the Akali. He was winning the 1v1s. He was a menace, and that's why they started focusing him, and he didn't perform in the team fights. But in the landing phase, he was a problem, and so I can see why they would ban him. And then we got the picks. We got the Shen pick on Superiority, which could actually change a lot for the game. That is a crazy, crazy jungler to have in team fights. The communication, his global ult, the amount of shield that he gives out can save people from any gank that comes in from MohLIEVERS.
Yeah, we see that big Shen ban coming through, which is obviously a great meta pick for Superiority. But then we look over to the side of the red team and we see Malphite and Twitch come through. So there's a bit of a recurring theme here, a bit of how do we say it in Britain? A bit of gallivanting going on in terms of these picks and plays with the Twitch or with the Malphite. We don't normally see these two champions come out in competitive. We see MohLIEVERS going, you know what, let's try it. Why not? We had Pyke last match. Let's just try this. And then we see the Ezreal and the Alistar come through. So Superiority definitely wanting that Ezreal coming through once again. And obviously Superiority, it looks like they've actually got some different players in here this time around also.
And we got that Alistar with that Ezreal. Ezreal did do very good for Superiority. It's understandable why they keep him. And then they get the Alistar. Braum just wasn't doing enough, so they got the... I'm gonna say it for him. He's very voluptuous, I would say. Alistar is a beautiful big being, and you know, I know big words too, Blam. So you know, Alistar is a great safe pick to have. Twitch is gonna be the problem though. He shreds through people late game with his passive and his poison. So I don't know. You're looking for that early game, I guess. But we have to see if that Twitch is jungle or ADC. That is the question on Superiority's mind. It's the question on my mind. It's the question on my cat's mind. Where is that rat going? And what is he doing here? You know?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, most times out of 10 on the red side as well, you generally get those 2 flex picks also.
Yep.
So, I mean, as flexible as Malphite and Twitch can get, they're not the most flexible of picks. You can kind of guess where they're going to go. But we see the Zed come through as well. It wasn't yesterday that we saw MohLIEVERS play the Zed jungle. We did actually see Puddi play Zed jungle, so whether they're going to try and reciprocate it today is going to be an interesting one. Zed is obviously massive. Zed jungle,
Yes.
sorry, is obviously massive within MENA and EU region, so it'd be very nice to see that come through. But once again, we're just seeing Superiority
Ooh,
going full
I like
Bruiser
that.
front line, lining it up for Mr. Ezreal, possibly the Diana. We did see them flirt with the Galio pick, which would be massive, having
Yeah.
2 global ultimates on the
Two
side of
global
blue
ultimates would
team.
be nice.
But I don't think they're going to go for too much tank because,
No.
by the looks of it, we've got the knock-up potential from the mouth with the Yasuo as well.
That combo
You
is
got the
very
Zed being able to get in and out of there, and then, as you said, with a Twitch, just procting that damage over time with the dots. It's going to be absolutely crazy. And they're locking the Singe. So, like I
Yeah.
said, we're seeing MohLIEVERS just
Okay.
having a bit of fun with their
Yeah.
drafts, it seems.
That is a very interesting build. Like you said, that combo is disgusting. The Malphite ult into a Yasuo ult is going to be the nightmare of Superiority. They should be talking about it right now, preparing to say, all right, guys, no, it's COVID regulations. Everyone stands 6 feet apart from one another. No one jumble up together. You can't have this happen. Because if it does, you're kind of dead. You get that combo, you're stuck in the air for 3-4 seconds, and Twitch is procking his passive on you at the same time in those team fights. It's nightmare inducing. So you don't want to be too close to one another when that all goes down. But you know, it's still good because you have that Shen, you have that Alistar, and you have that Mundo. They went even bigger this time. Somehow they got an even bigger team composition.
Yeah, you can only hope Mario on Alistar is going to be able to knock out the likes of the Zed into these squishy backline champions like the Ezreal and the Ahri. I suppose that's going to be his complete role within this matchup. Shen offering that massive shield also, so we're probably going to be seeing the likes of Serpent Fang being built on one of these champions on MohLIEVERS' team. And then Mundo, we do love to see a good Mundo. Generally not one of the most go-to picks in the Baron lane, but hey-ho, they're having a bit of a change around in the team comp here. So Fisho Filet is going, Filet Fish, sorry, is going in a Baron lane, and then Hitman is going in the jungle here as well. So a little bit of a change there on the side of MohLIEVERS also.
And this bot lane is gonna be fun to watch. Very, very fun to watch, in my opinion. We're gonna see that Singe support with a Yasuo ADC. I don't think I've ever actually seen this combo together. I've seen a Yasuo ADC and I've seen a Singe support, but I haven't seen them in the same room. So let's see how that works out. It's actually the Singe throw doesn't work with a Yasuo ult, if I believe, so it doesn't necessarily work together. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what happens down in that mid lane. Obviously,
Yeah.
they don't really have any range. Alistar's not quite made his way down into that bot lane yet, but it's okay. Ezreal has that poke potential to keep himself out of range of the Yasuo knockup, or even getting a little yoinked over his shoulders by Singed. But, yeah, it's a very, very weird one. It's a very weird match.
I definitely feel like
MohLIEVERS
Mundo
are playing
should
this
win
very
this
weird.
laning phase, especially against the Malphite. His poke is too strong. It goes right through Malphite's shield, and then he wins the all-ins. So Mundo is definitely going to be a priority for this Twitch jungle to gank, I would say. But anything can happen. And Alistar getting thrown over the shoulder. Somehow Singe lifting a 7,000-foot cow over his shoulder. He gets him to 1 health. He flashes out and survives another throw. But he's low. Look at this Yasuo. He's going to go down. There's the first blood with Ezreal. There's the double kill with Ezreal. And they've turned it around. They got first blooded last game. Now they get the double kill within the first minute. And now Superiority is looking very, very good right now. Again, this all in by this Mundo, taking a lot of damage from these minions, doing a lot of damage back. It's a stalemate. It's a stalemate. Okay.
Yeah, that double kill down in the bot lane definitely had me sounding like an excited old lady waiting for a bus to appear. But yeah, we saw that Superiority were literally just making lemonade out of what Singe tried to do. So I was going to comment on Mario possibly being forced into the fight. So with the Alistair being able to try and push one of these champions out of the fights, but then Singe be able to throw him further away from his allies. We saw that happen down in the bot lane, but then we also saw that the Ezreal popped off. He did get thrown as well by the Singe, but it kind of worked out in his favor. Once again, 1v1 Mundo and the Mao. And we see Shen getting in there a little bit late, forcing the flash onto Mundo, getting that kill in the Baron lane. So once again,
he gets the assist.
a little bit more of a fun pick here for MohLIEVERS, but I mean, it's kind of working for Superiority, but I think MohLIEVERS could just turn on the switch if they wanted to.
Yeah, and we didn't see it, but in the top of the map, Zed did get the kill on Mundo. He caught him very well with his W's, able to teleport with ease. Look at this push. You know, bot lane, they're down in gold, but they don't care. They're still going to hard push this lane. They know Shen's up top. There's nothing to be ganked for. A flash. Oh, he's got Hex Tech flash on Singe, so he's able to flash with ease constantly. Ooh. Another throw. Oh, nice. A great push by the Alistar. Singe goes under turret, takes a lot of damage. Ahri now coming in with the gank, and there's another double kill happening in the bot lane. Yasuo and Singe go down. I can see why I don't see Yasuo and Singe in the same lane together. They are not doing the best right now. 1,000 gold lead for Ezreal, excuse me. And Ahri is actually a little bit behind his Zed because Zed's on his own getting a lot of ganks as well. But you know, it's gank city, baby. Gank
I mean, between the two, between Zed and the Ahri, they have generally good wave clear anyway. But we do see that Alistair is rotated up into the mid lane, looking to support that Ahri. It looks like Singe has some vengeance for Ahri coming down and doing the duo lane dirty. We're seeing Zed potentially rotating to make that Baron lane 1v1 into a 2v1 and the potential kill once again. But he has decided to retreat, but we do see that Twitch is on the way there as well, looking for a 2v1. But then we also see something going off in the duo lane as well. But we switch to the Baron lane, and I think it's going to be a little bit too late here for Mundo. Oh, no, he managed to get it.
I better see Spirit Massage being built on this Mundo. Second item, that Twitch is going to be doing a lot of damage once he gets his Rabadons into, I believe, what's that other item? The attack speed item? Give me a hint, Blam. Give me a hint. Nashor's Tooth. Yeah, Blam didn't help me. I got no help from no one. I came up with it myself.
I didn't know who you were talking about. I was just staring at the board like, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed.
Yeah, that's all I got. Basically, yeah, we're seeing that Twitch go AP, which is a staple for Twitch jungle. You know, he's gonna farm and do his thing. It's actually weird to see. Twitch has no ganks, no assists, no kills right now, and that's very good to see because, you know, you don't want him to go ahead. And now, because he's so far behind, they're gonna be able to take this Rift Herald by themselves. There it is, Shen smiting it just in time. Singed, he ults. I don't know what he's going for, though. Oh, look at this. They got 4v4 right now. We're looking at a good little team fight right now. A lot of damage being done onto this Moo. Alistar goes down. Malphite with a nice little ult, but there's no follow-up. There's nothing that could be done. Alistar shoos the big rock boy away. He's gonna go down, though. The passive off Twitch. He gets his first kill. There's another tornado getting put on this Ahri. She goes down as well. There's one kill getting done by Shen. He gets a kill. Zed's going down, but they lost that team fight. Another one with the Yasuo ult onto Shen, and he goes down. That's a 3-for-1 for MohLIEVERS. They did lose Rift Herald, and they're going to lose a lot of plates on this turret in bot lane for this Ezreal. But, I mean,
yeah, I think that's a massive play. Yeah. Massive play there. I think even though, yeah, MohLIEVERS managed to get a few kills within that interaction, for Ezreal himself, being able to take a few of those gold plate-ins off of the turret is going to be massive for him anyway in terms of purchasing items, doing more damage. And we saw that Ezreal ult fly through from down the bot lane into the mid lane into that river action as well, doing a bit of action towards and damage towards the enemy team. But there is a lot of alley-oops going on. You've got Alistair pushing people, you've got Singe throwing people, you got Yasuo knocking up people. You're just seeing people flying left, right, and center.
Oh, Mundo, honey. Oh.
Oh.
Or he was going for
Sugar
that
plum.
turret. He had nothing else. But while he was getting that turret, blue team getting Ice Dragon, and they're going to get another kill on the Singed. Alistar, he's not even doing the stun combo. He's just pushing people away and killing them at the same time. Now he's trying to hold off for his team, but Ahri is getting shoved in. She escapes with her ultimate. Mumu, Alistar at low health. He's just taking every auto attack he can from this Twitch. He's very, very low, but he survives even throughout all that Twitch damage. They're going to be pushing. They want this turret. Zed going with a little teleport, but he got greedy and he goes down. Ahri is doing a lot of damage right now. She's not fed, but she is strong, and that is good to see. But because Zed is at the same amount of gold, but he's getting caught. He's got two deaths, but he's also got 2 kills. But he's an assassin. He's not helped necessarily too much with the team. Ahri's got her charm going. A little 2 big boys against Singed. Is it enough? Oh, the flash. It's not enough. Oh my god.
Not quite.
Damage by
the
Twitch.
airborns. We're seeing the taunts from Shen.
Malphite goes on.
Very
They're gonna
well.
turn it
We
around
got
real
Zed going
quick.
in, trying to take out the Ahri also. Oh,
Doing
it's
half
going
of
down.
her health.
There goes the Alistar. Yasuo is going in. Oh, is he going to get a double kill here?
Is he going for
He's
it?
trying.
Oh, Ahri
He doesn't.
survives.
Ooh.
Ahri's
Nice
playing
and
out of her
good.
mind right now. She's doing a lot of damage. She's ducking. She's weaving. She's juking. She should be in the ultimate tag matches on ESPN
Should be in
3
dodgeball
right now.
Should be in dodgeball. She's definitely using the 5Ds of dodge. She's definitely dipping. She's definitely ducking. She's definitely dodging. She's definitely doing the other 2Ds. I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure 2 of them are dodge, dip, dive, dip.
Dip. Yeah, dip and dive. There we go.
Dip. But yeah, she's doing fantastic. She has the Ludin Echo, so for the splash damage into these team fights, so it's going to seem like she's doing more damage.
Mundo is
as
getting
she
caught.
already
Oh!
does.
Quick
Yeah,
little
it's,
kill. His
Bit of a mistake there.
His
Bit of a
Sunfire
mistake
is doing so much damage. He misses the axe. Oh, that would have been huge if he hit it. Ahri can't land the charm because he's got the movement speed. Oh, if Mundo hit that, that would have been an easy double kill for Superiority. But they have a commanding lead right now. Not as commanding as, you know, MohLIEVERS last game, but it's still something. They have Ice Dragon. They got Rift Herald. They got turrets. They have a little bit of vision on the enemy jungle. You know, they're doing a lot better. So much better. Their laning phase went very, 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 very well. There we go. One more very. That just for them. Just for them. They deserve it.
Very, 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 very well. Sorry, Miss Jackson. It seems. But
I am for real.
Yeah. Mundo and the Yasuo going a little bit head to head here. He's got to be watching out because the Zed is rotating. It's possible.
If I'm
we've
Zed,
seen
I
Zed
wouldn't even
take it
go for
out.
this. Zed did not learn
we've
his
seen
lesson in
Zed-
that last gank. Look
We've
at him.
seen him take out the Mundo before, but he didn't quite manage to get
Or
the
the last
Mundo
time, look at
last
it.
time. He's
Mundo with the
trying.
great
He's
W,
not
the
doing
flash
it.
out. Ooh! Nice little juke, but it's not going to
play.
be enough. I think he's going down here, Shen's. Yep. It's Shen and Mundo's time to shine. They're doing great right now. Ooh, the flash by the Singed into the grounded stun on Ahri, but she's going to have stasis and flash out. She gets away. The great play by Singed goes unnoticed, unfortunately. Ahri able to do her thing. Alistar, 3v2 right now. The ult by Malphite. A stun by Mumu. Alistar's gonna go down, or Ezreal's gonna go down, excuse me. Alistar is not being focused right now. Great job by MohLIEVERS to focus what they need to focus right now. But now, Twitch doing so much damage right now. Not even
Crazy.
2 items being built. It's just, it's insane. Wow. Okay, Nashor's Tooth doing a lot of damage, but now we got the Mundo coming in, baby. He's looking. Oh, but he's getting kited. Yasuo doing a lot of damage and being able to get away, I think. And ulting Mundo. Oh, but the damage right there. Wow.
How did
I think I need to
Yasuo
pick up
die
Mundo
within
again.
that whole interaction? We saw the knock up onto the Mundo. Mundo just came back dead. It's like, nah, you're dead, bro.
Yeah.
Literally
Wow.
launches Cleaver at the Yasuo. Yasuo goes down, and this is going to set
Yasuo
up
and
nicely for that dragon. Infernal Dragon is up. Twitch recalled, and I think that dragon will go down before Twitch can even get in and have a piece of the action. Ari's there, Ezreal's there, Alistair's here. There's a lot going on. He may steal it. He doesn't.
He smited early. He smited early, but they still got it. They was down to 167, but he still did enough damage to get it done, even with Singe's little passive aura going around there. Unfortunate for MohLIEVERS. That could have been a very good steal right there. But hey, there's still one more dragon, baby. You know, anything's possible. One more dragon.
One more dragon and a dream
out.
for Team Superiority.
And I think this is a great combo to have Ice Dragon and Inferno Dragon. You deal, I believe it's 4% more damage, and you have 12 ability haste, which is very, very huge, especially when you have an Alistar on the team to be able to stun them to death. Look at this. 3v2. Malphite trying to kite the Ahri. He's going to flash for his life right now. Alistar getting a kill. Twitch doing a lot of damage, but it's a Mundo and an Alistar. You know, like, that's a brick house and another brick house. It's not even it's just two brick houses put together, and Twitch can't load to break them down to save his life. So they're gonna get away. They're gonna do what they need. Oh no! Malphite getting caught in the bush and goes down. He tried to run for his life, but that's not enough. Yeah, I mean,
brick house Oreo. I think that was the thing he was going. That was the concept I think he was going for there. The brick house Oreo.
Yeah, let's say that. That's exactly what I had in mind. That is 100% my ideas. They're just too convoluted for my own brain. Yeah.
And Ahri and Ezreal with a cream just holding that thing together. The taste kills from the Ahri and the Ezreal.
Are we allowed to say cream on the stream? Is that allowed?
We are allowed to say cream. It's a food. It's a food, man.
True. Yeah. All right, look at this Singed. He's taking a lot of damage right now, trying to kite, let this Yasuo get in, but there's nothing that can be done. Twitch is dead, and now they're gonna clean up. Oh, Malphite with the little. Oh, wait, Alistar, he's pretty low. Ooh, the charm into the damage. Wow. Oh.
Bro belt in a bit too deep. Shen coming in with the ult with his shield.
Wow.
Here we go.
I was gonna say, how did he get so much shield?
Mouth goes down.
Ult. He's back to half his health. This Alistar is not dying. He's not going down, but the MohLIEVERS are. This might be it. Yeah, I don't think it's it. I think it's Nexus. I think Zed can try something real quick here. Oh my god, the stuns. Yeah. Never mind. Crazy stuns by the entirety of Superiority, and they're showing us why their name is Superiority right now. They're going for this Nexus at 14 minutes. They've turned the game around. They got an early loss last game, and they got an early win this one. Great job to bring it around, and we got a best of 3, baby.
Full best of 3. We didn't think we were going to see it, but I mean, into that draft, we saw MohLIEVERS having a bit of fun there. We saw the Yasuo and the Singe come through down in the bot lane. After that, it was kind of just like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
but less of our commercial, creamy Oreo brick house cakes. Let's go over to the analysts to see what they say.
Yeah, that was a game. That was a game of all time.
Yeah, that certainly was
a
game.
That's it. All right, game 3. Let's see it.
I guess I'll start in draft because I know Pierce has some stuff that he wants to talk about around like neutral objectives and setups. So I'll kind of take over the early game then. But I think that a big talking point in this game is, again, the bot lane, right? We talk game 1, Jackie, Dienzio. This time it's Jackie and I believe the mid laner Cosmic instead of Dienzio. Didn't necessarily pan out, but they like try to trade super aggressive early and it just doesn't work in their favor. Especially like what was really weird to me as somebody who like watches a lot of like WRL, what you'll see a lot of the times is if you're going to trade aggressively early, you'll try to have your jungler like a lot closer earlier so that you can like have some sort of insurance if something does go wrong. You know, you think of classic things in like League PC with Jarvan doing 3 camp clears into bot lane cheese ganks and stuff like that. And Shen was sort of able to do that because he started on red side and was able to adjust his pathing to help out his bot lane when they traded really aggressively early. but Twitch started red and was on the other side of the map and just didn't actually get anything going throughout the early game. So that said, I want to hear a little bit more from Pierce because I know he has a ton to say about the mid game.
I was a little bit worried at the Rift Herald. I mentioned in our little chat in the mid game. I think it was like really sloppy from Superiority. They got like a free Rift Herald and they like tried to save their support and like they ended up losing a lot there. So I was a little worried mid game that MohLIEVERS was gonna be able to pull off something with this thing that they did. But I mean, ultimately, like they're playing like 4 off rolls. So I mean,
Yeah.
like they're decent players, but like they're not like that good, and like it showed. So
I mean, the biggest thing for me is MohLIEVERS kind of strike me as a team that's like a bunch of guys, you know? And guys like to have fun. We like to enjoy ourselves. And I think that this game is one of those games where like maybe they just had a little too much fun, you know? Like maybe they felt like the game 1 win was just so dominant. They're like, oh, we can kind of like foot off the gas a little bit and then we'll be fine. And I think that that's super risky, especially against teams like, I think Superiority capitalized, right? Like as much as I want to say that I think MohLIEVERS didn't necessarily do the best, I think that Superiority did the right thing, which is,
actually,
hey, sorry, I'm gonna.
yeah, no, I was agreeing. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. Listen, the right thing here is if you're Superiority, you can't fumble this, because if you fumble this, it's over. You're in 4th. Sorry, there goes the prize. But like, you got to take what you get, you know.
Yep. I mean, we can talk a little bit more about MohLIEVERS draft, but I don't think it's super necessary. Like ultimately, Superiority did end up playing a really clean game. You know, they basically had winning lanes in every lane. The jungler, like you talked about, was able to follow up, and they just capitalized that. A lot of hubris from MohLIEVERS, and Superiority is a lot better of a team than we saw from the first game. So like, MohLIEVERS, they'll focus up coming into game 3, and I'm excited. And then the one last thing I forgot though is that they did sub in Kamanji. So this was on their original roster, and the Ahri did really well this game. So I'm actually really excited to see this game 3 now. I think Gon going back into his actual ADC position and then having the mid laner there, I'm pumped. I think game 3 might be one of the better games of the day so far.
Yeah. I'm gonna sort of repeat what you just said, because I think the words that I would have used for this exact scenario are like, you got the game, you like, it's like hey, that game 1, just forget about it. It didn't happen. This is a best of 1 series.
Mental reset.
Like, yeah, mental reset. Be like, hey, all that matters is we got that second game. We go into this game, we recognize that like this Ahri pick was one of the huge reasons that they beat the team, not APHRO, but the team they played a week ago. That Ahri pick was crucial. The Ezreal pick was crucial. So they got these comfort picks. Now you're like, okay, we're warmed up into this game. We're no longer cold. Like, let's see what we can do for game 3 when I expect MohLIEVERS to come out full force.
Oh yeah, yep. Money's on the line, right? So.
No, I agree with you guys 100%. Like you guys were saying, you know, like MohLIEVERS, they're on their off picks almost. You know, they're trying to have a little bit of fun. But, you know, Superiority came over to the little sand pit that MohLIEVERS were playing in and just kicked sand all over their faces, basically. And that's exactly what you need to do. You know, you say, no fun.
I think it's so good for confidence, too. You know, that game 1 is really hard coming into this game 2. If they played a regular match, like it could have been very similar. But I think getting like strengthened by this win can make it a lot easier to play this game 3. You know, and with money on the line, you know, I think I wouldn't be too shocked. I wouldn't be as shocked if Superiority won this. Then if you asked me at the start of the day, I'd say no way. But I think coming off of a win like this, I think that there could be a little bit of an upset here.
We've all drinking the copium, and it's working. It's absolutely working.
Glug glug.
All right,
That
we're
and they
gonna take
fed the
a
foot
quick.
into the tempo as well. So,
Yeah.
like you said, with the Ari, we saw it a few weeks ago where Superiority picked the Ari to go for the win over one of the previous teams. But yeah, going into this third and final match of the series, it's going to give them a massive mental surge to go in and try their absolute best. It's $200 that's on the line. And like you say, I mean, you wouldn't think that MohLIEVERS could have potentially lost this match. Yes, they've gone for a little bit of fun. They are in their Ken stage right now, just having a bit of fun with that last draft. But I feel like we're going to see back to the traditional MohLIEVERS. But we are going to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge back into a break. And we'll see you in about a few minutes' time. So
That was all 5.
get your
That was all
dodgeballs ready.
5.
All 5. I got him. I remembered him.
All right.
From the do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to
Welcome back to the final round in this best of 3 to see who actually takes third place and takes that $200 hairs. Obviously, we did see a little bit of an upset there for MohLIEVERS in that second match, but like I said, in the post pre-break, that they were just having a bit of fun with that draft. I feel like that all the things, all the guns, all the brick house Oreos that we were on about in the past game is going to come out for MohLIEVERS this time. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. MohLIEVERS takes blue side as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what they take for their priority pick this time around and what the priority bans are going to be. I think that Shen is definitely going to be one of them because that was a major upset for
that Shen was
MohLIEVERS.
definitely a powerhouse. He was a brick house. You know, there was 2 brick houses there, but one of them you gotta take one of them down. One of those houses have got to go, and I think it's the Shen. I think that's the right pick. You know, like we were talking. I don't know. Right now, I'm just thinking of Oreos, Glam. This is your fault. I'm hungry.
Well, we gotta keep the food thing going. We've done
I know.
muffins, we've done Oreos, we've done cream. We are ready to get into the bread and butter of the ban and pick draft. No, keeping it food related. But like I've already mentioned that MohLIEVERS are on the blue side, so it's gonna be interesting to see what they ban first and what they pick first. But Camille, the lady with the voluptuous legs, gets banned once again.
That's right. They said no butter knives allowed. They're not allowed to spread anything on their toast.
Spreading that butter.
No. And they banned that Camille. And you know, we've been seeing a lot that they've perma-banned Camille this entire series. I'm not too sure. Is it just because Camille's that good, or is it because someone on Superiority is a Camille main, you know? And we'll see. And
they did pick Camille yesterday, but it's just it's just that Baron Lane pick. She is one of the massive titans within the meta. It's just like Fiora, but we only saw the Fiora get banned last match. Not last match, sorry, the first match of the series. Last match, she didn't even get banned, didn't even get thought about. I think if we saw MohLIEVERS actually picking a more sensible draft, I feel like the Fiora probably would have made it onto the cards for MohLIEVERS. But hey-ho, we're into the last match of the series, so I feel like it is going to be a lot more of the same in the first match. But hopefully with Superiority ramping up and having that great positive mental boom going into this last match of the series, because I feel like if you win the second match, you're going to be in a much better position mentally going into this one. And they banned the Alistair. I think that is probably one of the biggest bans that could have Superiority could lose, because that Alistair was really good, especially with the synergy of that Shen.
Yeah. That Alistar was getting caught. I noticed that Alistar getting caught a little bit. They died, I think, 3 or 4 times, but it was definitely something that, you know, it's making MohLIEVERS focus on it, and it's a problem because they're wasting all their items on a giant cow, and it's like, what are we doing here? We're not cow tipping. We're trying to kill the backline, and Ari was.
Oh, the Kaiser.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Hitman picks up.
You can cast the rest of this one. We know what's gonna happen. See you later, guys.
Oh no. He's hiding from the Kaiser Q, and I feel like I should be too. But someone's got to say it. Kaiser is an absolute menace, and I have to hope, I have to pray that Superiority, they learned their lesson and they know how to deal with a Kaiser. And I mean, it could be different, you know. Blue team doesn't get the second pick right after, so Superiority can make a quick pick here that could counter this Kaiser or whatever combo they might have. Pike could be coming up very, very soon. You never know. They're looking for the Karma. I feel like Karma could be a good thing. You kite that Pike. You can't get too close, and you do the damage from afar through binoculars with a sniper, calling out how far the range, 250 feet. You know, you can't get close to any of these people. So
yeah, I kind of wanted to wait for that second pick on the side of Superiority and do like a proper Rey Mysterio style jump up and be like really happy for it. But the Karma was a little bit of like a okay, and my old knees didn't allow me to do the Rey Mysterio style jump up. So we just got a slow elevation. Good old British knees. But yeah, the Karma is an interesting one because in the EU meta, it would normally be that the Karma is able to stay down in the bot lane. Ezreal would be in mid, and you'd probably have like another support. But I feel like it's going to be an Enchanter Karma, and I feel like yes, we did see this yesterday twice on Superiority, and it was actually in one of the matches where they actually won. So the Thresh comes out, the Karma comes out. Could I be onto something? Karma APC here?
Yeah. Thresh is actually a very good pick, especially against the Pyke, I feel like, because Pyke, when he does his hooks, when he does his stuns, he's in your face, and Thresh with his little E, able to just disrupt anything that Pyke might be trying to combo. That's a very good little thing to have. So actually, you know, I'm smoking that copium. That's all I can say. I think they have a chance, especially with this little combo that they could be pulling off with Karma Thresh. Karma has great wave clear. She can survive on her own much better than Tristana ever did, especially in that first match. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? No one knows, but my nose. We're seeing the next wave of bans come through, and it is into those jungle picks. So the Lee Sin meets the chopping board. We don't want to see that Lee Sin being incorporated with the Zed, with the Pyke and the Kaiser of the first match. And then the Akali, once again, we could see MohLIEVERS trying to make a synergy of both of those the two team comps they had in the past two rounds into the third and final form, as if it were Cell's perfect form. But they did shut it down on the side of Superiority, taking the Lee Sin off the table and the Akali. So they've now got to try and think of something.
Yeah. Oh. They traded the monkey for the blue hair doll. They want that 200 doll hairs, so they went with the doll herself, Gwen, as the pick. Okay, they got a little bit of scaling going on. They got a nice little early game combo. Let's see what their last pick is. And now we're gonna see MohLIEVERS, Dienzio hovering Fizz. Hovering. And it's locked in. We see a Fizz. Is that Fizz jungle or a Fizz mid in the Zed jungle that we're looking at?
More than likely. We saw Fish play the Fizz in one of the previous weeks, and he played it very well. But it was paired with a Galio, so whether they decide to go for Galio or the Gragas this time around is going to be really interesting. But it's looking possibly like the Pyke is not going to be support pick unless the Gragas goes support and Pyke is generally in a different lane. But I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think that
we'll
that Gragas
where
is
that
top.
lands.
That Gragas is most likely top. We're seeing either Fizz or Zed mid and one of the other jungle, most likely, in that bot lane, Kaiser Pyke. We're seeing that 3 AP, 2 AD composition that we saw them do insanely well with the first game. So if I'm Superiority, I'm focusing on that AP. The AP is the fear that you have right now with that Fizz and the Kaiser and the Gragas. The Zed and the Pyke, they're just there for morale support, basically, to finish off whatever that AP does. You know, they're the assassins, you know? So I'm scared.
I do have to point out that Gwen was also one of the champions in Superiority's dubs in their matches yesterday. So they've got 2 out of 5 of the champions that they had in their only dub from yesterday taken on AZ3 or AZ3. APHRO, it is APHRO man.
Okay.
Taken on that team. But yeah, the Gragas goes into the Baron lane, going against the Mundo. It's very weird to see that they've taken that Mundo again, because it's not quite the tanky team that we had last match. They lack one front man. They have taken the front man out for a the Gwen. So seeing Gwen come through, and we all know Gwen activates when we get those AP items on the board. But I'm really interested to see what this Karma and Thresh do. I think it's a really cool combo that we could potentially see down in the bot lane. We just got to hope that the Pyke and the Kaiser aren't as aggressive as that first match. If it is, it's pretty much game over at 6 minutes.
Yeah. We're definitely seeing a lot more of a gank-oriented team composition from MohLIEVERS with that Zed, that Fizz, and the Pyke all together. And then we're seeing a little bit of a scale with that Mundo, Gwen, and just Thresh in general. It's not necessarily, you know, Thresh can do ganks, but he's mostly, you know, trying to just survive and deal and poke damage for his team throughout the team fight as it goes on. And Gwen is going to take a while to scale, especially as a jungler. She needs that first item. She's going to be farming a lot before that first dragon. So you got to take advantage of that if you're Zed on the enemy team, basically. You're looking for those ganks. You're looking for those kills. You're forcing that Gwen to rotate off of monsters, off of everything to try to survive, help the team out, you know?
Definitely.
I'm excited for this little fight. Yeah.
Very, very excited. But we're seeing Mario playing that same sort of play style, and I think Thresh is probably one of those supports that would replicate that Alistair Roam strategy that we saw from Mario in the last match, because we all know Thresh can get up and down that map as quick as he wants to, especially when he builds that Deadman plate as well. But once again, we're seeing Jackie and D'Enzio being very aggressive down in that bot lane. I don't feel Thresh can leave the Karma too long enough down in that bot lane when we know how aggressive D'Enzio and Jackie can be.
Karma already being punished slightly because of that Thresh in the mid lane. Oh, he gets hooked. He's got his little lantern to save some damage from being done too much to him. We got the Mundo in the top lane dealing a decent amount of damage, but Gragas's passive allows him to heal every 8 seconds. So whatever damage he does, if it's not an alt lane, Gragas will just heal out of it. We're looking at this Pyke, looking for something. Interesting to see. Karma back to full health, basically. And I mean, she will be able to hold the lane with her Q poke by herself, but if Pyke lands one hook, she's done. So Thresh, you're right. He definitely has to stay down there. And we're seeing this top
it's
lane.
definitely not that kind of matchup where Karma can last on her own, especially I'll keep pointing it out because it is the big elephant
Gwen's
in the room.
looking for something. They're pushing this turret. Let's see if they can grab this.
Let's see
but
if Hitman can get
Mundo's
grabbed.
low.
I mean,
Gwen's gonna have to tank this if they start this. Gwen has to start the hits. Oh, she's not doing it yet. Wait. They're trying for something, but Gragas, while they're waiting, gets another heal off. He's back to above full health, and they can't do anything. Gwen just lost so much gold because of that failed gank, honestly. She's down to 1,400. Zed's at 1,700, and his gank in early games is insane. Look at him. He's going for. He's looking. He's looking for this Thresh. Thresh gets poked. Is it gonna be enough? It is.
Yo!
Zed teleports. They're going for the double, and there it is. Kai'Sa with the double kill on the first gank with the Zed. Great job. Pyke at 2 health. They survive, and they take so many plates. Let's see if this APHRO ult lands. Oh! Nice. From downtown, Steph Curry with the 3. Okay.
Homie. The only basketball player I know, leave me alone, I'm British, but oh my god, once again, Zed with these under the tower dives is just popping off.
Fizz didn't even land his ult correctly, and they still were able to get rid of that Ezreal and burn his flash in the process. If he used his exhaust, he might have been able to survive, I think, but that all-in damage was absolutely nutter butters based on the food themes. So, you know, it's hard. You're gonna get ganked constantly. Zed's online. Zed's got a lot of gold, and Fizz is a very strong opponent. And Kai'Sa's pretty strong too. She's got 1,300 gold over this Karma. So you are horrified of these ganks. What do you do? What do you do against all this ganking potential? You know. Ooh, nice little ult. They're looking for the Thresh.
Trying to keep him alive, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. We've got there's just so much damage on this Kai'Sa already, only building the Manamune, and then we have the Serrated Dirk onto the Pyke. Once again, it's a pretty strong item early game to have that Serrated Dirk right now, especially on the likes of Pyke when you're going against a not potentially very tanky in the early game Thresh, but as you get in to the thick of it, he's only going to get tankier, but right now it's going to serve him very well. Another Ezreal hit and landing.
She's really low. 2 exhausts go off, another flash. She's going to be able to survive, I think. The flash saved her. But now look, Zed's coming in to clean up, using that Kai'Sa as bait. There goes one. There goes another, and Kai'Sa gets a kill. She's 4-0. Zed gets a kill. He's 2-0. It's not looking good. We're looking at that bot lane diff just like the first game. It's coming down to bite them. It's not as bad as the first game, I would say. It's definitely not as bad as the first game, but it's hard.
It's not as bad as the first game, but I think the Kai'Sa probably should have still been banned in those first 3, knowing that they were on having the priority pick on blue side MohLIEVERS. It kind of set them up very well in that draft because they kind of had to ban other champions, even though it was MohLIEVERS banning the Shen, banning the Alistair as well. They had to ban other champions like the Ornn and the Volibear, but another massive engage, just so much damage already doing because of the Kaiser. That Thresh is just getting melted. We see the edge roll, and it's just another 2 kills. Okay,
Kaiser goes down. Karma gets the shutdown. Karma gets the shutdown, but she's still down.
Behind.
2,500 gold. Zed will get the Rift Herald, and they're looking for these kills. Oh, Superiority getting a couple kills down on the way. Mundo, he's going to be able to tank. He's still got his ult. Oh, but look at all that damage. Fizz absolutely devouring. He heard all of our food jokes, and he's hungry for blood right now. Oh, but he does go down, but he got that Mundo out of the way. A lot of damage on these assassins by MohLIEVERS. It's just too much of a gold lead right now. Kaiser with 6,000 gold at 6 minutes. 1,000 gold a minute in the first 6 minutes. Ow. It's gonna hurt.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say. She's about to have 2 items.
It's looking like a bit of copy and pasta from the first match, but we're seeing a little bit more of a fight back from Superiority, and I think that's only down to that win from the last round. But look at this massive in and out from the Zed and the Pike. Taking out the Thresh, taking out the Karma, and Shelly's taken a turret. Can they land Shelly onto the 2nd tier turret? And they do.
They do. Wow. Pike getting a double cheeseburger right there with 2 and 1, and there's the other with the ult, with the stun. This Pike, Superiority flew way too close to the sun, and they did not ban the monsters that were monsters in their first game. They let the Pike and Kaiser come back. How do you do that? They beat you up, they took your lunch money, and then you said, come back into my home. I don't care. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, you gotta be afraid of that. You know? It's scary. I was
living the narrative. I'm not too sure where it was going, but I was looking at the narrative of inviting a bully into your house. But this is exactly what is going on in this Baron lane. There's bullies being invited down in the mid lane. There's bullies being invited up in the Baron lane. Hitman actually might take an L here, but no. Bounce into the turret. He still tags the kill. Well,
that was a great flash by the Mundo. Yeah, great flash by Mundo. And Gragas almost with a great flash of his own. He tried timing it, but it just wasn't enough. He was about to get the heals, but he goes down in the process. And so does the 2nd turret in the mid lane to this Kaiser. 9,000 gold in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a really lengthy 7 minutes. It seems like a prolonged 7 minutes. I feel like we should be already at like that 12-minute mark just by how much kills MohLIEVERS have once again. They're 18 kills to 6. They are pretty much 10k gold ahead. I mean, it's nothing like their first match in the best of 3 where they were pretty much looking towards almost 20k 20 minutes in. I mean, pre-10 minutes, sorry, that's even more impressive. But the mid lane's completely dominated. They're holding on to that Baron lane ever so slightly. Superiority are, but I think it's only just a moment of time when we got the Gragas going into the turret. Mundo is looking for a way in, and then we're seeing Gwen, Thresh, and Ezreal all looking for a way up into that Baron.
Hiding in that bush, and now he's going to go for his own kill, but he's getting caught up.
No. Too much. Too much. Too much.
Oh, freezes.
Down, down. In an early round. They're going down, swinging. Go on.
Ow! Goes down. Mundo goes down, but it's still a team fight that could go to anyone. Oh, Fizz land the ult, the stasis to save the Gwen from all the damage that would have happened. Pike gets another kill. Pike gets another kill. Pike does not get another kill, but he does enough damage to get the Gwen low and help the Kaiser get another kill instead.
Yeah, you kind of can't even like predict who's gonna get that kill because there's just so many last hits going on here.
So much going on, yeah.
Pike overextending there. Well, like we saw in that first match, Jackie was definitely going a little bit too hard towards that late game, and once again did it. But we're seeing again another 2-3 trade.
And again, I'm just seeing this top lane. top lane having a good little early game, winning his lane, but I just feel like his build in the late game, he's not going for Spirit Visage, which he should be going for. There's 3 AP on the enemy team. Kai'Sa is the #1 priority, dealing too much damage, and Spirit Visage can help you with her. And it shows that he just gets deleted against her, as we saw a minute ago. There's just the build is not enough, and we're seeing the same exact scenario as the first game right now. Another team fight going on. Their team fights are decent. They play these team fights very, very, very well, but they're losing against a Kai'Sa because they didn't ban Kai'Sa. They didn't learn their lesson. They're not. It's a repeat basically. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. To be fair, for Superiority, the backs are against the wall. They can't really farm right now because there's pressure on all fronts.
Mundo is pushing his
trying to say that Fresh should be getting that Spirit Visage is a privilege, but we're seeing Pyke going in as well. Kai'Sa landing in that Q. We've got Viz pushing the top lane as well. You just don't know where Superiority is meant to be. Are they meant to be defending top? Are they meant to defend in mid? They just need to do something, because if they don't, they're just going to fall at this fight here. An inhibitor could go down.
Limit testing right now. So is Kai'Sa, flashing over that wall, going for the kill. It's not enough. Gwen survives with 2 health, but they're going to push this in him. Kai'Sa is flexing right now. That damage, 12,000 gold, 11 minutes. A W poke onto that Gwen. Not even. Oh, is she gonna get caught? Oh, she does go down to the Mundo. He's ulting. He's running. But why'd you stop chasing Gragas? He's low. Oh, they get the Fizz instead. Okay.
Double kill.
Oh,
Mundo.
He landed
Missed the money bags.
Oh.
He's got to do something. Got to do something. They've got to try and
Dragon's
at least get
up,
this dragon.
They definitely need this dragon, but they need to make sure MohLIEVERS don't get this dragon. They don't need the dragon itself. And MohLIEVERS stealing it. Unfortunate. Doing the cleanup. Zed does go down in the process. He does get a kill, though. Mundo does go down. Gragas running for his life. Flashing. Is he going to go for the heals? He is. They still have a turret. Oh, they still have tier 1 turrets. Pyke by himself. He gets
Kai'Sa
stunned,
running in now,
but Kai'Sa's coming in to save the game.
Low.
Look at that damage! Oh my goodness gracious, Mamma Mia, Papa Pia, the damage on Kai'Sa is too much to handle. Pyke is able to survive another nasty hook. Oh, are they gonna get it? Yeah, they are. Save the Q. Wait, no! Gwen survives, but and Gragas goes down instead. Wait, look at this Ezreal. Ooh.
Oh, Kai'Sa missing out that Q. That could have been the money shot right there on Kamanji.
Yes, it would have been. It would have been. It was close. Oh, we're looking at a money shot of our own right here. Oh, he misses. Kai'Sa able to get away. It's a battle. That Ezreal is fighting for his life out here. And I respect it.
He's got to. He's got to. Yeah. He's putting in the work. He's, I mean, no, he isn't as, like, astounding as that first match, because the Mundo is actually doing pretty well as well in terms of the gold. But he's pretty much unmatched there. But it's just the damage getting melted onto Mundo. I
just watched Mundo
it's the 3
go from half health
assassins.
to 0 in literally.
It's the 3 assassins. You cannot escape that melt.
It's the 3 assassins and the CC, melt, which allows Kai'Sa to go into any opponent that she wants, because Pyke is landing hooks on everybody. Gragas is landing a nice little ult on everybody, or a stun. Pyke with an ult, he missed. It didn't land though. Thresh is still at full health. I'm not sure what he's doing. He might be just flexing. Another stun, another kill for Kai'Sa. That's it.
I think this is it. We've got minions in the mid, minions in the Baron lane, minions in the main frame. Oh, Gragas. Oh,
Gragas with his own
out the Ezreal.
Okay.
Nicely done. Here goes the Nexus.
Yes, that's it.
Yep. I think this is it. Yep, this is it. Team wipe, Nexus down. MohLIEVERS taking 2-1. Like I said, last match was probably nothing more than them having fun, because like girls, boys just want to have fun too. And we saw that MohLIEVERS did have fun in that last match, but I can imagine they probably had a lot more fun in this one. But less about me speaking ramblings about lunch money. We are going to go to the analysts to see what they think of the lunch money analogy from WeWork.
And food.
So I don't have too much on food right now, but I do want to talk a little bit about the first couple bands. think they got away in game 2 without banning the Pike because, as we saw, MohLIEVERS was having a little bit too much fun, like Ken, But okay, that was terrible. Sorry. But I think the Pike needed to be taken out in game 3 if they really wanted to catch a win here. Decimated the bot lane once again. I like the idea of the karma, but I think Gon is one of the main carries, so maybe we could have put the karma mid. I think playing for Gon and Vox, like you guys talked about at the end of game 2, is like really important. So putting him on APC isn't really great, and I think we kind of saw that.
Yeah.
What else were you thinking, Blaze?
So I agree with a lot about what the casters were saying in draft. Like, I think that this is sort of a weird scenario where, like, because they switched up the draft in game 2, I think Superiority didn't necessarily make the right adjustments going into game 3. Like, they've been banning Volibear and Nautilus this entire time, and it's one of those things where, like, Volibear and Nautilus are very good, right? And I think nobody in the cast would disagree with that. But at the same time, there's something to be said about just saying, hey, like, we understand that these champions are good, but, like, this Pike, this Kai'Sa, it's a bigger problem. We got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
The other thing that really stuck out to me was the early game. And I kind of talked about it last game where, like, I think that, Vox was in the right place at the right time, right? With that Shen, he was bot lane early when they were trading aggressively, and he wasn't in the right place at the right time, right? You have what is a tank matchup top lane, right? It's not super volatile. There's not a lot of action. We talk about, like, how sometimes, like, the Camille's, the Jaxes, the Fioras, they get, like, the highlight plays. That was a big theme for yesterday when we were talking about APHRO and Superiority, how they were getting these, like, super aggro top lane matchups, and this is not one of them. And so I don't really understand why Vox chose to gank top lane twice when his bot side is just getting absolutely destroyed. You've got to go help them, man. It's like, in ranked, you can get away with it. Because it's like, in ranked, it's like, hey, who cares if one side of the map is winning as long as the other side of the map is winning? But that's not how it works in competitive. You got to make sure that everybody is in the game. Otherwise, things like this happen. The other thing that I also kind of want to highlight on, because it's sort of we touched on it yesterday, right? There was a big discussion about, like, Ludo CL and how he was kind of making these weird roams early game, and we saw a similar thing coming out of Mario, right? He started in mid lane, and it was like, I don't really know why you're there when we know this Pike and this Kai'Sa are kind of this get up in your face, super aggressive bot lane. And I think that actually played a huge role, because when we talk about, hey, why did that first gank succeed, right? When you see Zed going down towards bot side, I think the first gank succeeded because that Thresh was in mid. And because he was in mid, Karma got, a lot of damage done onto her. She probably should have played a little bit more passive, to be honest. But she got a lot of damage done. She had to burn Honey Fruit really early. And so when the Thresh got hooked by the Pike, there was no escape plan. And that's the things that really, really stood out to me this game. Because once, like, the early game is over, I think that's been the story of these games, right? The early game being over, and then suddenly, there's no way to come back.
Yeah, get railroaded out. As Rafa would say, MohLIEVERS rammed it in.
It was rammed in, but I think that's all I have to say, and I'm ready to ram it in with our interview. That would be hype.
Oh, yeah. I
So
think I'm ready for that too. I mean,
I don't know if we're not still getting it set up, because
we're gonna be switching over to the
So
interview.
is he
Yeah.
Premature.
Hey. Okay.
I'm muting.
Okay. Well. Welcome, everybody. Hi, my name is Kiana for Wild Rift. If you don't know, I'm just a chronically online Twitter user, now known interviewer. And I'm joined today with my special guest, Mr. DNZO. Hi, just tell the people, like who you are, like what you've done, everything, and how you feel after everything.
Yo, what's up, everyone? I'm D'Anzio. I'm the Kai'Sa/Zed player that you just saw on stream, and we got third place. It was such a fun time playing this tournament, and yeah, we feel great.
That's awesome. It's awesome. It was awesome to see as well. And I just have like a few simple questions, answer to your full ability, honesty and everything. I just wanted to ask mainly first things first, the Kai'Sa and Pike combo, like how did that come to be? Because I remember in the first game, I saw the first kill, and then this last game we saw, the amazing synergy between you and the support. So like, what was y'all's thought process into doing this little combo?
So our support American is Jackie. He's like one of the best players in NA, and his favorite support is Pike. And Pike can be extremely strong early game in the laning phase, and pairing it up with someone, an ADC that can do a lot of burst damage like Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa is just such a good hyper carry that it just makes it an easy match in the dragon lane. And every time we run it, we're always killing the enemy bot lane.
We can tell. That was awesome to see. So I'm assuming like you and American have like played a lot together, so the synergy is like right there. It's like on the nose. Everything's linked up.
Yeah, we've played a decent amount together, but honestly, I would say I've played more against American than I have with him, to be honest.
Oh.
Yeah, so we build the synergy on the same team and on the enemy team.
That's probably the best way to go about it, right? To know like, play against the best of the best as well as with the best of the best. And clearly, it's working out for y'all. So like what was the thoughts? Like, I don't know if you could speak for everybody, but I don't know if like the general like thought process, the minds of like going into game 2, like whether it was bans or like what was the game plan for early to mid, late, etc.
So the plan into the second game was we knew that we were able to beat them with a standard meta comp, but what we wanted to do was try to catch them off guard because we really wanted to make sure we win 2-0. And so I've been practicing my Zed for months now, and we were practicing Yasuo ADC, Malphite, we were practicing Twitch, so we really wanted to whip out the secret composition that we had planned for, honestly, since we've actually had it planned since the beta of Wild Rift, and we always wanted to whip it out in a tournament, and we were glad we were finally able to bring it out and catch the defeat screen. So it was awesome.
That's crazy. You've been playing since the beta, right? You said?
Yeah, I've been playing since the SCA beta.
Jeez, that's actually crazy. That's like, it's been a long time then.
Long time.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wait, okay. So that's really cool. I was gonna ask as well though, back to Kai'Sa, favorite ADC, for some reason won't get nerfed. What was like the thought process between building Infinity Orb as a third item versus like Liandry's or Riftmaker as third item?
Okay, so well, it's quite simple. I mean, Infinity Orb just does a lot of damage to very squishy champions, and when you're extremely fed, you don't need Riftmaker. You could just go into Infinity Orb and like one-shot people. I mean, you're basically critting. It's a crit item for AP champions, so when you're against squishies and you're so fed, you literally one-shot them, and you don't necessarily need Riftmaker. That's the idea behind it, but I never do that in ranked. I only do that in like tournament settings where I get super fed because it's just a lot easier to play team fights with it.
Understandable. Since I don't really play ADCs or know the meta that well, I'm gonna just pretend like I know what you're talking about. No, I'm kidding. but that's really cool though. I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers can like listen to this and like think back and reflect on their own builds and possibly maybe try it out in their ranked games. See how they like it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, was there any like moment of like full on stress, whether it was between the first, second, or third game, etc., like between like the team? Was there any like panicking moments or?
Yeah, I mean, after we lost the second game, going into the third game, my mid laner and jungler set up a mid dive, and my jungler made a call to our mid laner saying, "Can you land the fizzle?" And when I saw my mid laner completely miss the Zed ult, I mean the fizzle, I was kind of shaking a little bit. I felt like the nerves of the defeat from the second game may have gone onto my teammates and into their heads, so I was a little bit scared. But luckily I was on the team, just completely demolishing the enemy, so we were good.
I mean, you did, hands down. Give him his 10s, y'all. That was really cool because especially seeing like, you know, I bet it was a little bit of a scared moment, you know, winning the first one and then the second one happened, but then you guys came back in the third one and just like completely took the whole thing home. Like honestly, pats around the backs, like you guys all did great. It was amazing to see it. Like I love watching like high elo, like, you know, very skilled player, like gameplay, especially, you know, I feel like it's inspiring to other people. I don't know if you have any like tips to like give to anybody out there who wants to climb rank faster or easier, or who's grinding with friends, like any advice for them?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you want to get good at the game, all you got to do is just play a lot. Like you have to play a lot, and you need to set goals for yourself in order to improve. So when I play and when I was like actually playing as a professional player, I would set up goals for myself. And as an ADC player, the goals that I had that I would work on is I would have no stupid deaths, farm as much gold as possible, and have good positioning and spacing in team fights. So when I would go into ranked, I would apply these 3 goals every single game. I just don't play like a moron and just queue up. But as long as you play having goals in mind and you're working towards them, you will improve and climb your ranks quicker.
Agreed. And I guess I have two more questions. I was gonna ask, like, for any player out there who types in chat, do you have any advice for them?
Yeah, to the people in chat, if you want to improve, make sure to go check me out on YouTube at Dienzio, and you'll be able to watch how a real high elo player plays, and I think you'll improve.
It's true. Go subscribe. And then I guess the last question would just be, what else can we look forward to in terms of like from you, well, I mean, besides your YouTube channel, and as well as like team, like what's next for you guys for MohLIEVERS?
Honestly, we're gonna start as a team. We're gonna start looking for an organization to represent. We're gonna go to all the top League of Legends orgs, and we're gonna cop a brand to represent into the next Jamco tourney, hopefully. And for me, I'm gonna keep making fire content on YouTube, and yeah, that's about it.
That's awesome. I can't wait to I'm looking forward to it, to see like your growth as well as the team's growth, everybody's growth, you know, and see what's next for everything in the future. And thank you for coming, Mr. Dienzio. Thank you for, you know, like talking to me, and congrats again on the big wins. It's been an honor. And with that, I believe the lovely people at Jamco have a special halftime show for all of us to enjoy, for the viewers and everything. So I guess at this point, now it's time to take it away, Jamco. Thank you all.
Beautiful position from the Evelyn, though. Is they're going to be able to find the Corki? That's going to be the Evelyn getting flashing onto this Alistar, not finding anybody. The Renekton's going to be able to find him, and that's a lot of energy. Big jump, he's gonna take down the red side, never fails. We are now, oh me oh my, the Olaf, the first one to fall. We've seen this happen before, and everyone else is gonna be Evelyn. Renekton trying to find something. That's gonna be a knock-up over to the Renekton, but Alistar's gonna fall down from the Renekton, and that's gonna be a tough.
Another stasis by the Aatrox. He's coming right back in though. Let's see if he's gonna go down. I don't think he's got the sustain. Aatrox goes down. Galio leading.
Zin says, hello, I see you. Ooh, that's a good meteor, getting Corki down to half health already set. Hopping over
starting saying, hello, Zing, I want to take you on. Let my team take the dragon. They do. Red team's hopping. They're all hopping over. And
another headshot. Careful with that Psyop feather movement. Okay, use the spell. Is that his ultimate? Oh my lord, that ultimate is so beautiful.
Trying to find onto the back line. A big jump. He's going to take down the red side. Never very low. They're trying to collect the kill on Alejandro. He just can't do it. Kong is going to fall next. Cosmic Soul wants more. He's going to find a thing.
And surely there would have been a response. The dragon.
Trying to warm it up. However, I don't know if Red has the
Oh,
numbers.
beautiful position from the Evelyn, though. Is they're going to be able to find the Corki? That's going to be the Evelyn getting the Corki.
Comes the Darkin.
Flashing onto this Alistar, not finding anybody. The Renekton's going to be able to find him, and that's a lot of members of the Red. Gonna proc the ultimate right away.
Call down.
Let the Dragons, let the Zigs do their thing from a distance, but they don't want anything to do with distance. Instead, hitting the Proto Belt Flash, trying to find onto the back line. A big jump. He's going to take down the red side members very low.
Bring down the dark.
Bot lane, but we are now. Oh me, oh my, the Olaf, the first one to fall. We've seen this happen before, and everyone else is going to be coming out from the Evelyn. Renekton trying to find something that's going to be a knock-up over to the Renekton, but Alistar is going to fall down from the Renekton, and that's going to be a double.
Coming in. Another stasis by the APHRO. He's coming right back in though. Let's see if he's gonna go down. I don't think he's got the sustain. APHRO goes down. Galio leading.
Zin says, hello, I see you.
Ooh, that's a good meteor. Getting Corki down to half health already. Set. Hopping over. Starting saying, hello, Zing, I want to take you on. Let my team take the dragon. They do. Red team's hopping. They're all hopping over. And
Another headshot. Careful with that Psyop feather movement. Okay, use the spell. Is that his ultimate? Oh my lord, that ultimate is so beautiful.
Trying to find onto the back line. A big jump. He's going to take down the red side members very low. They're trying to collect the kill on Alejandro. He just can't do it. Kong is going to fall next. Cosmic Soul wants more. He's going to find a thing.
And surely there would have been a response. The dragon is alive for the taking as huge engage from Arvoinen. It's the dragon
Everybody
pit!
wants it. Everybody wants it, and blue side gets it.
So much to kill him. He gets the kill, but now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's nowhere to go. Nice
They're
little
so low,
by
though.
this Jace. Oh, they
Knock
get
out
the
from
kill.
the Rakan.
What you gonna do now?
she flashed out. She escaped. Jinx used the ult, but it missed. They're looking for a catch. Tristana does go down by the Vladimir. Vladimir getting a double kill.
2 for 2.
Vladimir getting a double kill. Yumi trying to sustain this Tristana.
Engage is going to take place, but Zeri gets a kill across the map. Aatrox going in on Volibear, takes out Volibear. This is a double kill for Aatrox now, and it's a 3v1 under the turret. Haunted. Oh, okay. They take out the Leona. Leona goes down. 7
Come out of the ashes underneath you.
these items, but we see that the Tristana has actually been wiped out here. Red is leading the way in this mid lane. Can they continue with this minion wave push, getting some kills? They're capitalizing on a 3.
Just Vallejo fish out, and just massive circles of death right now. Misfortune Ultimate cutting through the ranks of all of MohLIEVERs. Huge knockup, the huge engage, the encore is just massive, and it's a nice response.
Watch it! The drain taking, the healing, he's one on the rampage, go for the second one! Oh, not quite! Oh, the ult hits though.
There's the ult.
There it is!
Oh, nice Aegis, but
He got it!
You see Ari coming in. It's just not enough. There's not enough damage being done. Red team is powerhousing their way through this team fight. Zed with the kill. Kha'Zix with the kill. Nautilus goes down. Ari goes
plating it, but here's that teleport in to the Elder Dragon. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? We are not sure who got that there.
Bastiel as he pops the Ragnarok, but now he might be exposed here. They're looking to try to lock him down here, but we saw he's already popped one. Kamaji into the backline, but he's getting eviscerated by the rest of the damage from APHRO Team 3.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you really enjoyed that. Absolutely fantastic. Other than the issues, but that it wouldn't be a live thing without technical issues, but it's been a great thing to watch back, especially hearing familiar voices and stuff, and just seeing all the teams play, even in the Mild Rift, even in the Aeon Cup as well, and obviously the Void series. It's been a massive journey, and we're not quite over yet. We still have a massive best of 5 between Puddi and APHRO Z3 #/Z3. Wee Woo, what was your thoughts watching that?
Yeah, I loved it hearing you and I believe the I'm not sure of the other cast's name, but all these casts, Rafa, you know, you guys have great voices. Hearing my voice, man, I would cringe a little. I'm like, oh no, that's me. Unfortunate, but you know, it's fun to see all the games that have been going on that Jamco has been promoting and executing phenomenally, if I must say. Like, it's just fun to see all the tournaments, all these teams coming together, the competitiveness, and inside all this competitiveness, we still have camaraderie. You know, it's a fun tournament. It's a fun little thing to be a part of, and I appreciate it, you know? So, yeah.
Definitely. It's a few things I'd take back to EU, to be fair, because I mean, pretty much EU is like, have a best of 5, have another best of 5, and then have another best of 5, and then that's it, done. So there's no like personality in it, and I feel like that's kind of it's a great thing about this tournament, and it really sort of like brings it home to the community as well, that you're all a part of it. We're all very thankful for everybody watching, everybody participating, which is like your staff, the referees, casters, players. Everybody's literally just all in it together, having a great time, and that reel just really showed it. So I think it was really it was a chef's kiss touch to the what is leading up to the conclusion of this second Jamco tournament.
And now it's time. Everyone, put your serious faces on. We're not here to have fun anymore. We're here to be super serial. We're here to be exquisite and professional, because it's time for the best of 5, the final. Who gets first place? Who gets $1,500? Who walks away with over $1,000? $1,500. Second place will be getting $300, but that's a $1,200 difference. I am going to be sweating. I want your clothes drenched when you're playing these team fights. I want communication. I need serious faces, because that's a lot of money. This tournament is for a lot of shekels, a lot of dinero, a lot of pesos. There is a lot going down for this. And even for the crowd, don't forget, we got the $10 raffle going on. Type it in the chat. Exclamation mark jam time. You get $10. Jamco is Oprah, baby. All right, you get money, you get money, you get money. We're here for it, and I support it.
And I don't want anybody to forget that in the chat. So WeWoo wants your clothes wet, people, in the chat for this best of 5. I had to just try everything in my being to not disappear and run away like a little sniggering boy, saying when that went through, that was just I tried to compose myself. But I just couldn't. But yeah, like you say, $1,500. That is a lot of British muffins. That is a lot of brick house Oreos. I mean, it's not quite a house that you can buy, but it is plenty of food that you could split between whoever is going to be the victor of this best of 5. And to be fair, the second place still gets $300 as well. So even if you're not going to get that dub, you're still going to walk away with a little bit of gold in your back pocket. It's probably equivalent to 1 gold turret plating.
That's so much double stuffed Oreos that you could buy right there.
So
I'm a double stuffed man. Yeah, and beef sticks. Yeah, shout out my beef sticks. I'm almost out. So hey, listen, whoever wins this tournament, DM me. I do need some beef sticks ready to go. All right.
I think for the next tournament, we need a cast of beef sticks. We had the cast of nuggets for the first one. Didn't quite have it for this one, but I think cast of beef sticks is something we could work on. I think we could put a little suggestion box together, so we can get you some beef sticks.
I need beef sticks. My cat needs beef sticks, guys. He goes hungry. But we'll see. We're waiting for the final teams to come in. APHRO, Z3. I'm feeling British today. Them versus Puddi. Like we said before, Puddi is undefeated in this tournament. They have not lost. They are, I don't know, what can I compare them to? Kaijus? They are the monsters of this tournament. They are the monstrosity. I don't know. Help me out, Blam. I'm stuck. The 5Ds. The 5Ds.
They're just undefeated. They're definitely not the 5Ds. They are undefeated. I think that is a title and an honor within themselves to have. But they may be undefeated, but they are a little bit behind with the punctuality. So I think that's maybe something that they can improve on. If it's not the plays, it's the punctuality, being here on time. We've got APHRO all here, ready and waiting. It's whether to see they can smash out the $1,500 or the $300. And we're just waiting on the boys from Puddi. But yeah, it's been I'm going to reiterate it again. It's been a fantastic tournament. Been great to be a part of it, especially with a wide range of casters as well. Not to mention, shout out to Kangas, Rafa that have been involved. We had Alt Battery as well. We had V with me. WeWoo. Pierce had a little go with it with WeWoo as well in the first week, I believe, wasn't it? Yeah.
We had a little connection going, you know. Shout out Pierce.
That's it. It's you should have had the. I mean, you both switched to blue shirts now, so I feel like it's only right that we get Pierce to go and get a red shirt on, because there was a balance. But then the balance has been thrown out thanks to WeWoo. He's probably got too many beef sticks there in his red one, and he's now got to change into that blue shirt. So
the beef sticks, they just left a little, grease on the shirt, and it doesn't mean I'm biased towards the blue side at all, guys. I don't want anyone to think there's any biases going on. All right, I just like the color blue. Right, it's just a thing. But we gotta change it up for the final match. Gotta put on the most important clothes of all time that we can have, because this is the most important match of the Void series.
I mean, I haven't changed. I'm still wearing the same unbiased grey shirt, which will probably be sweaty and dripping of sweat on command of WeWoo by the end of this best of 5. But we'll wait and see.
I don't have
the hat. I could always change a hat. I think I only have a hat the same color, so I can't really change it either. So that's it. That is the top and bottom of it. But I'm just going to have a quick little look into what these teams actually drafted yesterday. So let's see some common denominators of what these teams actually picked. So with Puddi, we actually saw 2 matches yesterday with the majority of the same picks in both of the matches, other than the Thresh and the Gragas switch out in that support lane. So we saw the likes of Ornn, Zed Jungle, which we just saw twice or once for the last best of 3. We saw Swain come through, which has been a big pick for Puddi, and the Corki as well. 2 big picks for both of these teams. And then on the side of the APHRO Z3, Z3 PlayStation 5, we saw the likes of the Camille. Actually, a much more variety of champions in their games. We had the Camille, Lee Sin, Corki, Varus, Thresh, Gragas, Olaf, Jace, Ziggs, Alistair, Jace, Vi, Ziggs, and Nautilus. So quite a bigger champion pool from APHRO compared to Puddi. But I feel like we are going to probably see more of the same in this best of 5. If not, I think this is the time to bring out the Trump picks. So if we're going to be seeing something that's a little bit out of the ordinary, I think this is the time to show it.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I forget the picks whenever a game happens. My mind just goes, and then I forget all the picks. But I have been hearing from you know, our what is it called? Our analysis crew. You know, Shen for APHRO is a big pick. You know, they've been banned out a lot of games yesterday, but you know, if it's not banned out today, if the teams haven't been doing the same amount of homework that I have been doing, you know, because I haven't been doing that much, they should be doing more homework than me. But you know, if they haven't been, that could be a problem. They need to know who the threats are and who, you know, what to ban and what to counter and what they feel like they can go up against, basically. Because like you said, APHRO has a big roster pool that they have that they can use up against Puddi. So anything could happen, especially in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like actually big meta bans, both of these teams have a lot of them, other than like the likes of Swain and Cork, who we don't see get banned very often. They did come through with like the likes of the Camille. We had the Gragas, which we know is a big ban champion. Jace as well. Jace has a massive potential in terms of winning. We've seen Jace actually correlate a lot with a massive win rate throughout the entire tournament. And the Nautilus. The Nautilus kind of fell off towards the end of the tournament. It's not the same as EU and Mena. We generally see a lot more Nautilus within that one, whereas here we're seeing a lot more Alistair, a lot more Braum, and the occasional Rakan comes into the mix as well. Don't really see the Thresh so often, but yeah, it's been interesting to see how the meta and the picks for the teams have actually changed throughout the beginning of the tournament all the way to now. So there's a little bit of a difference. It's not sort of like the same all the way through. You know what's going to get banned. You kind of get a few Trump picks here and there. But I feel like we're not going to be too far away for getting into the first match draft, which I am excited. I can't drip of sweat on command, but I think by the end of this second match, I probably will be... This grey shirt will be grayer. It'll be on the darker scale of grey. I'll be 50
We'll get you a nice
shades of
bucket,
grey.
and we'll just see how much you can wring out.
That's it. If I was standing and casting outside, I would put a bucket on myself, but I don't fancy cleaning up my kitchen later on after the cast. But it's going on like 11 p.m. So
I gotta try
don't really
standing
want to
like
be
you.
up.
I gotta point my camera to the sky.
You need a stand-up desk. It's so much better. You think on your feet. I mean, you can get quite lethargic sitting down, especially this
I
time
don't like
in the
thinking on my
UK.
feet.
So,
all right. I like to be
it's
sitting down.
It's the posture. You gotta
the nice cup of
upright,
grape flavored water. You know,
grape flavored water. You
Grape
talked about
flavored
cordial
water.
there. But I feel like this is a great tie-up as well, because, I mean, we've been speaking about food the entire of the tournament, and Puddi. Sounds like food to me, anyway. And, I mean, their logo is what I can only imagine. Is it like some sort of, like, caramel pot with, like, chocolate on top? I mean, it's too cute to eat anyway. I wouldn't try and eat it. I'd just stare at it and watch it
that just makes
wobble.
it taste even better. What are you talking about, man?
It does. It does.
The cutest things are always the yummiest, you know?
I don't know
Wait,
about that.
don't air that.
Timo, come on, man. Timo. I wouldn't want to take a bite out of Timo.
Oh, I would.
That's definitely one I would not like.
As a Nunu main, I bite everything. I am not biased. I take a chomp out of everything on the Rift. It's okay. All right. I'll take a bite of Teemo. I'll take a bite of Camille. I'll take a bite of Singed. I don't care.
All we can see is Weewoo's eyes. That's fantastic. It's
I forgot.
amazing.
I had to keep standing. I forgot I have to stand.
The camera doesn't adjust itself, but we are getting into the very important part of the bans and drafts. It also means me and Weewoo can stop mentioning food up until the match starts. So, interestingly enough, on APHRO's side, Zed side, they have banned the Lee Sin first pick, and then Puddi keeping it very uniform, very on point with that Shen priority ban as well. So we saw it in the last best of 3 that Shen really shined for superiority. That was 3 S's that I tried to say consecutively, but I had to break it down and slowly, or it would have just came out as absolute waffle. But yes, Shen ban, Lee Sin ban, Nautilus, and there we do have again the Camille. And interesting, the Ziggs boy. That APC, the mega APC down in the bot lane gets banned.
We have been seeing that Ziggs APC fairly commonly in this tournament. I feel like I've seen it at least 3 times, and I've seen it banned a decent amount of times too. That Ziggs APC can hold his own, deal a lot of damage, and clear waves like there's no tomorrow. It's actually a very, very good pick, and it's a very, very good ban in the side of Puddi, in my opinion.
So we see that Puddi have gone for the Fiora in the Baron lane, which is an exciting pick. We don't really see many teams actually get to pick the Fiora. Most times out of 10 it's banned, but we're seeing Ornn and Varus come through. I can only... I'm going to say it's going to be Ornn support, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be the Fiora against the Ornn in the Baron lane. I think that's a good flex pick there.
The Nemesis battle can happen. We got the Volibear on the side of Puddi, and we got the Ornn on the side of APHRO. Those are 2 of the craziest, good combinations. They came out at the same time and both absolutely dominated the Rift. It's great picks to have, and I think we got the Kha'Zix jungle on the side of APHRO too. So, okay. We're definitely seeing something new. We got that Fiora slipping through the cracks as well. I like these bans. They're more of situational bans, specifically tailored for the team that they're going up against. But it leaves the big dogs. It leaves Volibear. It leaves Kai'Sa. It leaves Kha'Zix and Ornn all up for grabs. It leaves Galio up for grabs. It leaves a lot of good characters up for grabs. And let's see who capitalizes on that better, basically.
Yep. I have to say that, I mean, compared to the Mild Rift, we haven't actually had the Shakira Blam Galio, so I'm a bit disappointed in that. That's probably one of my only not reality living up to my expectations in this tournament is that Galio coming through and me getting to say the Shakira Galio thing, which I'm going to keep. I'm going to hold out. I'm going to manifest. Me and Rafa did a lot of manifesting in our time together, and we got what we wanted. We got what we wanted, so I'm going to manifest that Galio pick at some point. But interestingly enough, we do see that APHRO actually banned out the Leona. As we know, Mr. Jin has that Leona jungle pick, but I don't feel like it would have come out now, especially with the Volibear in the jungle there. So I feel like that's a little bit of a wasted ban, even though Leona is popping off right now, especially in the latest patch. I feel like she's overshadowed, and the Braum ban with the Swain and the Alistar, as we know that the NA players definitely love that Alistar support.
We're definitely seeing that support CC tanks being tailor-picked for these bans to make sure starting as Kai'Sa can't get the best, suit tailored for her. She could still get, there's still a Blitzcrank, there's still a Thresh, they're still available, but they pick the best ones that they can think of, and Leona and Braum are both very, very good at blocking damage being given to that Kai'Sa and CCing and taking what they can. So honestly, I agree with it necessarily. They don't want that Leona jungle. They don't care about the Leona jungle. They care about the Leona support. And now we see a Jhin pick also on the side of Puddi. So we got the Kai'Sa and the Jhin, and there it is. I manifested something finally. Heck yeah. Thresh with the Kai'Sa. We got the big boy tank with the Kai'Sa, with the CC, with the Lantern to bring her right back into the middle of a fight. So it'll be fun to see. That Jhin, I'm guessing, is going mid, actually. Or maybe
Kaiser
mid?
No, Kaiser will go mid AP. We see
Yeah,
starting on the Kaiser quite a bit. His normal picks are either the Corki, the Kaiser, or we've seen him on Swain as well, especially with the Varus already taken, which is normally down in the bot lane anyway, and Ezreal being taken on the side of APHRO. So we're going to be seeing Kaiser going against the Ezreal in the mid lane, Jhin and the Thresh going against the Varus, Miss the Kha'Zix, KDA Kha'Zix himself going against Volibear in the jungle, and then Ornn up in the top lane with Fiora. So very exciting times to see if we get a Nemesis duel proc. I don't think we will. We haven't seen it yet. We can hope. We can manifest. We've already manifested one thing for Weewu, and we just want that Galio for myself. But I mean, just look at those difference in those team comps. There's no sort of like trying to have fun with it. Even in the first match, we've got Puddi living up to their undefeated name. They want to basically win this undefeated and take out APHRO Z, but we'll see what APHRO can do to turn it around. Because I mean, it is a great team comp. We've got the likes of the Chains of Corruption. We've got Gragas with the barrel that can split the team fights. We have Kha'Zix that can try and pick off the Kaiser as well as the Jhin, and also try and work around the Fiora. And then you've got Ornn with that massive engage from the ultimate. It's all going to be very interesting. And already we're seeing a complete change of these ruins. We're actually getting some first strikes in the match. We didn't see a single first strike in the last best of 3. So on the Ezreal and the Varus.
That's interesting to see. Yeah, first strike I think is an absolutely broken rune. I will fight that till the end of my time. It is so much gold, and it is also very annoying. The noise is probably gonna haunt me in my nightmares after today. But yeah, it's something that you go up against and you don't want to hear, see, think about, or dodged up dip weed and dive through. You don't want to go through any of that first strike. It's going to be a problem for them. And Puddi not having any first strikes of their own too. So let's see how that turns out, And we were talking about the team comps, they're different, but they're very similar at the same time. 2 ADCs, 2 frontliners, and 1 person to basically do a bunch of damage in the front as well. The only difference I would say is Kha'Zix versus Volibear. As a jungler, Kha'Zix is a late game person, Volibear's early game. So we'll see what that is, but they both gank early.
Yeah, I feel like Jin's position in this whole thing is he's going to be so far behind, and just in these team fights, he's going to hit that ult and just hope that the Kha'Zix is too far away from him to even try and get to him. Because, I mean, if he's anywhere near the team fights, he's got the Gragas that can belly flop and stop him. You've got the Chains of Corruption as well. And you've also got the Ornn being able to just spam that ult and try and knock him up out of his ultimate as well. So I feel like Jin's going to have a big role in positioning himself within these team fights to try and get as much off with his ult. But yeah, I mean, this is a completely different tempo from the last match. There is no aggression, no overbearing in that bot lane of one being better than the other. It's generally just very much tit for tat right now.
Yep. And they're going to be focusing that bot lane. We're seeing a lot of damage being done to that Gragas in the bottom right. We see his health go to half, and then we see it just jump right back up to 3/4 health due to his passive. He's going to be tanking a lot of damage, even though he's not going to be necessarily a tank. His ability to sustain and just take whatever poke is being done to him like a ShamWow blanket. And I spoke too soon, because that's not just poke, that's an all-in, and they get him quick with that gank. He's gone. First blood goes to Team Puddi. And look, Kha'Zix going with the gank of his own, however, on Fiora, but Fiora, she's following the 5 Ds of juking mottos, and she gets out unscathed. And look at this damage being done to this turret. 3 turret plates already gone. They're on the last one in 2 minutes. Wow. That's a
this is the only issue.
Difference.
The only issue when you got a Volibear in the mix is that he has a great dive potential. He's level 5 now as well, so it's only going to be snowballing from here. No pun intended, with him being an icy bear. But he is the king of turret dives. Oh, we do see that the dual lane turret is already gone.
Into the flash.
Literally 3 minutes, and that was a fantastic kill.
Oh my
god! In the mid lane.
The mid lane goes down. The first turret goes down in 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Team Puddi. Absolutely insane in the membrane. They get that turret. Kha'Zix, he can't do anything. He can't help. He needs to farm. He is worth 2 peas and maybe like a quarter of a toothpaste bottle already used. He's not worth anything in this early game right now. He can't do too much. Nothing he can do. That turret's gone. And I mean, what do you do? What do you do when your turret's gone in 2 minutes and 30 seconds? Do you even care about the Rift Herald?
What do you do when you live in a shoe and you ain't got no soul? And that's Kha'Zix right now. Because the enemy jungle can literally just roam free in his jungle, but we may get something cooking up here in the Baron lane. Oh, that Gragas barrel was just a little bit too far ahead. Levant could have got in there and pushed into the turret, but it was a no-go for Gragas. It was a little bit overextended with that barrel, but yeah, that dual lane turret already down pre-3 minutes is a massive for Puddi. They can literally roam wherever they want to on that bot side of the map, and the only way that APHRO can actually counter that is by having some heavy vision within that side of the map as well.
And it's looking
it's not an easy matchup for this Ezreal.
No, it's not. And this Ezreal is, they're actually, Team Puddi is switching up exactly how they played. They've got the Fiora bot lane because, what's his name? Varus is by himself, and now they switched the bot to the top. Look at them. Now they're doing so much damage to this Ornn. He's not going to be able to do anything. Oh, they're going to turn it around. He misses the ult, but Kha'Zix comes in with the flash, a quick kill, and now it's Thresh all by himself. Just kidding. His gang's got him in the back, and Kha'Zix, sorry, excuse me. Kai'Sa killing the Kha'Zix, turning it right back around on them. She has a lot of gold. 4,300 gold in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. They are pushing, they are weaving through, and Kai'Sa is already a monster. She is not supposed to be a problem this early. She is supposed to be scared for her life, but instead she's fighting. But maybe I spoke too soon. The ult by Varus, he's gonna go down. Gragas gets the kill though. I don't know if that's too good, but there's no shutdown gold. She only had 2 kills. It's not too big of a problem. Oh, but they catch the Ezreal in his own jungle, in his own dojo.
Down in the dojo. I mean, I was gonna say that Kaiser's Icathian raid was raining on APHRO's parade there, but we saw the chains of corruption corrupt her good time as well, getting caught out in that mid lane between mid and river there. But first, Dragon is that Infernal Dragon, and it's very important going to Puddi, but we do see that it's a 50-50 split in the jungle. We see that they do manage to get good old Shelly by APHRO and secure that Baron lane turret as well. So they do actually have some skin in the turret game right now, which is probably a good thing for them. They need these little victories to try and keep their heads in the game, because you don't want it to happen what was going on with MohLIEVERS and Superiority, where you were just so lost in your headspace in that first game. It was pretty much over in 6 minutes. Right now, I can honestly say that APHRO still have a foot in this match.
Oh, 100%. They are 3,000 gold down, but however, they have a Kha'Zix and an Ezreal. Anything is possible when you have those 2 champions. The outplay potential that they both have is bananas. Like, they have the chance to come back and do a lot of damage. Kai'Sa, 1Q, taking down a quarter of that Ezreal's health. He is going to be building Man Immune like we always see in every Ezreal, because it is a very strong item. It gives them sustain. It gives them strength. It's a lot, but he has to wait for it to come online. And being 0-2, we know it's not online yet. This Kai'Sa's looking for something. Thresh, looking for something. They know she's in there. They don't even have a ward in there. They're just doing a lot of poke.
It was a good blind shot.
Yeah,
it was a very good blind shot.
Yeah. I'd have him on my team sniping.
In the dark. Ezreal was just like, yeah, she's in that bush, but I'm just going to spam my Q and hope for the best, and it actually landed and got first strike as well, so that's a little Brucey bonus there for Ezreal. But Ezreal actually taking a lot of damage from the Thresh there also, in the top lane.
Escaping with his life, but Kai'Sa was not there. If she was, it would have been over. Kai'Sa's back. Ooh, nice little block by the Fiora, but it's not going to be enough. It's too much. Ornn can just tank enough, and Kha'Zix can deal too much, and Fiora does go down. Now, however, look at Kai'Sa. They're just pushing this top lane. She bought second item. She's got the second evolution, and there it is. There is the kill on the Ezreal. He bit too much more than he can chew, and he goes down. Feeds the Kai'Sa just a little more. Another good W by starting. 2 item Kai'Sa, 2 evolutions. It's 8 minutes in. She is strong. You do not go all in on her. They forced the flash off of her, though, with the little Ornn combo. So that's good to see. If a team fight does happen to pop up soon, which it probably won't. There's no dragon coming up anytime. It's only been 8 minutes.
Yeah.
It's only been 8 minutes.
I always find it really interesting in NA that like Kai'Sa is such a massive pick and can do such massive potentials. I mean, one of the weeks that I was casting the tournament, the Kai'Sa wasn't really popping off, and then it slowly started to activate within the late stages of the best of 3. But now, when we get to the later stages, it's pretty much a do or die. It's either get the Kai'Sa and win, or get the the Kai'Sa gets taken off the table and you lose that match. Because yet we are to see a game today with Kai'Sa on the team, and they lose. But I mean, like I said, it's still 3k gold difference. There's not a lot, but there's a big team fight possibly popping up here. Wizzle is in deep. There's that Jhin ult that I was on about, that positioning in the back of the line, taking a double kill on the Ezreal and the Gragas. Oh, triple kill as well. Okay.
Yeah, Jhin. I mean, just like you said, you manifested that one. He was in the back where no one could touch him, and he ults, and he got a double kill with his ult. Jhin doing a lot of damage himself. He's got another kill by this Jhin. 7-1. 2,000 gold difference onto this Varus, who's not doing bad. It's just not enough damage on his team, enough CC to finish off like this Jhin can. Doing absolutely insane. You got the AD insane damage by a Jhin, and then you got the AP insane damage on the Kai'Sa, and you go, what do I build? How do I counter it? How do I stop the damage coming through from both of these people? And you can't. You can't, because that is such a good little combo to have. Both are fed. There's nothing you can build to counter both of them. Maybe Frozen Heart, but it doesn't matter. Another kill to Jhin. A kill by Fiora. Ult by Ornn. He lands some people, but Varus is stuck in the middle of nowhere, no man's land, and he goes down. Ornn fighting for his life. He's in the back line fearing for his life, but he should be in the front defending, but there's nothing to defend. He's gonna go down under his own tier 2 turret, and they're gonna take the turret in the same time, take the dragon, and keep pushing. Maybe get this inhib. Not an ace, but they get 4 people, and Gragas is coming back. He gets a little ult, but they still take inhib, and there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, I mean, if you could see live cam right now, I'm basically a solar-powered like ornament just shaking my head. Ever since that 9 minutes, it's literally just been onslaught for Puddi. They're 15-3. They've now made it a massive 11k, if not now 10k. Thanks very, very much for that, Puddi. 10k gold difference from the teams here, which is just huge, especially. I mean, it doesn't help with the fact that this Jhin, with his big Dirk energy, going for that Yumi's blade first. He has the Dirk in there. He has the Collector. It is the easiest kit to just close these kills, and it's showing that it's proven right. Is 912. He is 10k gold compared to 7.8. And he's just got the positioning completely correct, especially when he's got these big bruisers like the Volibear in there. They can't get to him. They just cannot get to him. This Kha'Zix is too low.
Yeah, this Kha'Zix, I tried fighting Kai'Sa 2v1. He had backup, and the Kai'Sa still had half health by the end of it. They bought Bug Spray. There's nothing that could be done from this Kha'Zix. He is too low. He doesn't have enough gold. He's not worth anything. He's a mosquito to them. He's not the big scary bug that you see in the woods gonna sting you and can kill you. No, he's the mosquito in the house that annoys you and you squish him with your fingers. That's basically all he is right now. There's nothing that can be done. Puddi's
definitely got that lemongrass scent just all around their team. It's just complete repellent from this Kha'Zix. It's like, lemongrass. I'm not going and jumping on that Jhin. He's a 9-1. He's his fed boy. He's happy to just stand there and just me down. Ult me daddy. That second tier turret in the Baron lane is the next victim for Puddi, it seems. Kai'Sa just split pushing here. You got the Volibear, the Thresh, the Jhin looking for a way in. Fiora just absolutely dominating down in the bot lane, missing out that
Not
knockup
enough.
from the Ornn. Oh, it's just, I don't know. Puddi have just ran away with this first match, it seems. The draft
Definitely.
had me hopeful for APHRO, and that early game, only 3k goal difference. But now we've got no inhibitors. That Jhin popping off an ult once again. It's just, I
Kha'Zix
think it's
goes
GG
down
go next.
yet
That Nexus
again.
is going.
Gragas is tanking what he can, but then he gets stunned to his death. Nexus is going down. And that is it for game 1 of our finals. Puddi takes a commanding victory. They showed up, picked Kai'Sa, and won. And that's just what we've been seeing all day today. You show up, you put your big boy pants on, you pick Kai'Sa, and you win the game. Not a single game Kai'Sa has lost today. She is a menace and a powerhouse. And Jhin, I can't sleep on him as well. He did absolutely amazing. And the Thresh with the CC. Doing too much damage, but don't listen to me. Let's listen to someone else.
I was hoping for an epic segue there, but I was just like,
no,
yes, take it away.
I'm
And
not
it's just like,
Blaziken.
listen to somebody else.
I'm not Blaziken. Let's just listen to someone better than me. That's all.
Yeah, Blaziken and I were talking a little during that game. I mean, we started talking about the early game, and as we're describing what maybe we should talk about, the first turret goes down at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So I mean, like that it blasts this game out of the water. I think they got a little bit too aggressive, but I mean, it just goes to show how powerful this team is, that they can, you know, make a play like this. And it all starts with an interesting path from Mali. He starts on his blue side. Generally, you'll see VolleyBear start on their Krugs and work the other way. But it's this play is talked about in the draft phase, by the way. Like coming from like a a coaching standpoint from myself. Like Mali says, okay, I'll start blue and I'll dive you guys level 3.5, right? So then starting tells them, okay, I will stack my cannon wave, my third wave into the fourth wave, and I'll hard push the fourth wave. And then when Mali finishes the Scuttle Crab around like 140, we'll all dive the bot tower, right? So then Gumi and Lemon are like, okay, we'll stack waves, we'll poke. And then what happens is they stack 2-3 waves bot lane. Mali finishes that Scuttle, starting pushes the mid wave, and then you've got a 4-man dive onto your bot lane. And since Kha'Zix is pathing up, it's the turret is literally gone at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. They end up losing the Gragas as well, and it's absolutely I mean, it's basically over there. I think APHRO did a great job, kind of holding on and not losing the lead as much as they could have. But when your Jhin and Kai'Sa are that much ahead, it's a very hard game to play from there. Blaze, I think you had some things to talk about as well.
Yeah, I basically agree with everything that you said. I think that you laid out exactly what happened in that game. There's a little bit that I want to expand on because I think that a lot of people don't realize that Kha'Zix has sort of fallen off as a jungle pick, and it's for this kind of reason that like Kha'Zix is not a champion that you can like skip camps on. You kind of need to be that guy who's like, hey, I'm gonna sit in my jungle, I'm gonna farm, and I'm gonna 1v9 the game. And I don't think that works a lot of the time when you're playing against like really, really good teams anymore. Because what a lot of really good teams in China and Southeast Asia, and what they did here with Puddi as well, is you'll see them really skip a few camps and then sort of come back to it afterwards so that they can make those plays on those third or fourth waves. That first cannon wave, which is a really big like, hey, if you don't get this wave pushed out, it's going to be like you're stuck there for a few seconds. And that few seconds is enough, like we see, to get this bot dive. That said, I also don't like, you talked about the bot side of the map. That wasn't immediately what stuck out to me. Obviously it was because, they get that huge dive, suddenly the game is over. But like the top side wasn't going great either. We think about MTS as this weak side player. A lot of the older Sentinel strategies and like the Riftmaster stuff, when they had Glaciox as a coach, they would really overload the top side and play towards like Zello back when he was on the team. MTS isn't really that person in my mind. I think of him as like a bit more weak side player. But like if you're gonna have the guy playing weak side, why are you like pathing towards the weak side when you have a tank there as Kha'Zix? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Not to mention, the Ornn was losing the matchup level 1. He missed like 2 or 3 CS and was really far behind, which hurts a lot more as an Ornn because you really need that gold to buy item. Because you can do that in lane, which the Fiora can't, which is how you get a lot of your advantages as the Ornn. And that was something that immediately stuck out to me because it's like, okay, well, let's say, APHRO make an adjustment next game, and they're like, okay, cool, we're going to stop the bot dive, we're going to play a little bit more aggressive waves 2, 3. They don't have like a winning lane that they can look to at this point. So I'm not sure like where we're trying to sort of draw that copium in.
Yeah. Tough match. It's really tough for the Kazakhs there, especially against such an aggressive jungle. I think moving into game 2, I think there's some things we need to talk about, particularly Volibear. I think it's crazy that they didn't pick it up in the I can almost guarantee that Puddi was not expecting to play Volibear, honestly. Because there's no way blue side picks Fiora first and then like the red side doesn't pick it up in the 1 or 2 slot. There's like some metas, I will say, like where like there's such an OP pick that you don't practice it because it's always banned. So that could potentially be the case, and I hope that they just ban it if they're not ready to play it, because it's not something you can let Mally play. It's his damage wasn't crazy in these team fights, but like just about every single like huge team fight was done under under APHRO's turrets, because they basically don't exist when you have a Volibear. We had that level 6 dive, it was a little delayed. They got the tower, they had the mid lane dive, and then the mid lane dive where they on the second dragon, and then the very last team fight, they just disabled their last inhibitor turret and fought under there. It's just not the ultimate strong, but the champion strong, and I can't let Mally Ubu play this champ again.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not like last game, right? We're trying to cope really hard, and we're like, you have some of the copium, and you're like, okay, maybe Superiority have a chance because like, MohLIEVERS kind of faltered a little bit at the end, and this game it's just kind of like Sentinels or Puddi, excuse me there, they just kind of just kept on the gas, and it didn't feel like there was ever a chance to get back in the game, right? And that's like what I'm really worried about. That said, I know that you were talking about not letting Mally play the game, and if Mally was against me, I'd be scared too. That's why we got to find Mally a new game. And you know how we do that? Budget Arcade Podcast, baby. Because finding a quality free-to-play game can be a daunting task. Because let's face it, they aren't all Wild Rift. That's where Budget Arcade is here to help. They've done the work of rating and reviewing the free-to-play games so that you can find your new favorite. Listen wherever you get your podcast. Also, another big thank you for the final time for our sponsor, Community Gaming, which I believe we have a video for right now.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. 당겨봐 your mark 'cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미, but all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못 떼 멋져 그래 너도 get it 'cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep, though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it 哇哇，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more， 准备好就一起走 ，Keeping it up。No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom boom, blow your mind. Never get less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second match in the best of 5 between APHRO and Puddi. This time around, APHRO is going to be taking the blue side, so it's going to be interesting to see if they decide to pick the Kaiser for themselves or ban that AP Madness straight away. What are you thinking, Weewoo?
I'm thinking Puddi's gonna ban the Kaiser for their own safety. I think Puddi knows the strength and power that Kaiser holds within her hands.
This is onto something there. Potentially.
Yeah, this is the Void series, so Kaiser has, a small buff that no one knows about because it is the Void series. Yeah, and she is
Small
Void
buff.
herself. But listen, I don't know. I ban all Void champions. You ban Kassadin, you ban Kaiser, and that's my extent of knowledge for Void characters. So that's all I'm gonna say now.
All right. Yeah, less discrimination against Void champions. We are straight into the draft mode here. Let's see if the bans are actually going to discriminate against the Kaiser or APHRO first ban.
Listen, it's not discrimination, it's respect, all right? It's respect that I have for them that I don't want to see them. That's all. That's all it is. And I believe APHRO
kind of respect. Very kind of strange kind of respect there, but we see the I see what you're getting up to. The Jace being the priority ban for APHRO here.
Okay.
Maybe they're preempting a JC boy to come out. Maybe they're preempting that Puddi do ban the Kaiser themselves, and Jace is the subject in the mid lane for Puddi. But we see Camille come through again, Shane come through. I think we could literally just write. You don't even need ChatGPT to write, like, okay, who should we ban? We pretty much know by now, just off the top of our head, who is going to get banned. We're more likely going to see the Ornn, we might see the Volibear. It's just so many bans that are potentially going to come out, but those are some of the top ones, especially the Fiora as well.
Yep, we'll see. And then there's the Volibear ban. Again, Puddi is the one with Volibear, and they're banning it themselves. So they're going to start banning the champions that they abuse themselves because they don't want it to fall into that first pick's hands. And there it is, APHRO banning Lee Sin for the third pick. So they're threatening. They're threatening the Kaiser. No one has banned Kaiser. They either have said Kaiser's not a problem or I want Kaiser. Let's pick Kaiser. So, but I don't know. I don't think they're gonna pick Kaiser. There's the Ziggs ban again. So these are targeted bans by Puddi with that Shen and that Ziggs, of course, because those are not, something that you see. Ornn. Again with the Ornn, they're letting the Kaiser slip through.
Yeah, I'm really interested about this. I was thinking maybe if they went for the Kaiser, that we were going to see Puddi actually go for Swain as a counter pick within that mid lane, because obviously Swain with AoE, the wave clear, but then also be able to go into Sanguine Pool, so he can't get targeted by the Icathian Rain and stuff like that. So there's a potential of that, but it's once again seeing that Ornn and Fiora play through once again, unless we see the Ornn go down into support lane for APHRO.
That could be
there it is.
Yeah. There's that Kaiser pick that we said was gonna happen, and APHRO should have expected. Maybe, I don't know what they are thinking. Maybe they think they can handle Kaiser now. but we also saw a Pyke being hovered on Puddi side. And like we saw with the last matches from the previous teams, MohLIEVERS versus Superiority, Kai'Sa and Pyke, that's not something you want to see in that bot lane. You don't want to see a Kai'Sa and a Pyke in that bot lane. So what are you going to do? What do you say?
Unless you want complete devastation and you want to throw the next game of the match. You'll only want that one to come through if you're really feeling a bit sadistic about yourself. But we got the Vi come through in the Varus, so we got the Chains of Corruption. We got Vi with her ultimate as well, so single target lockdown, travel across terrain as well, which is a great thing, as well as the Ornn. So I feel like there's a little bit more of a synergy here for APHRO's champion so far. The Vi is always going to be in the jungle, so that's not really a second flex pick for them. So we know that their jungle has been locked down. However, we don't know what Puddi's jungle is going to be. The Varus is more likely going to be down in that bot lane unless we get him in the mid lane against the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, we're seeing basically, we are seeing the same team from APHRO. The only difference is they switched out a farming jungle for another farming jungle in Vi. Vi never wants to gank unless it's an assured kill. She's going to do the same thing that Kha'Zix does in the sense of, I'm going to farm constantly. I guess they didn't learn their lesson. Maybe they have to get beat again to learn their lesson or something. I'm not too sure. Maybe they think they just didn't play it right. But I'm a little disappointed in seeing the same picks because, I mean, they lost Turret in 3 minutes. That's not something you want to see. And we're going to see the bans. We're seeing a Rakan and a Gragas ban on the side of Puddi. I did not think the Gragas was a problem for Puddi at all. He went 1-5. They built, I believe it was the healing item that just heals their health right back up to full, but they were getting all in and the item wasn't even working and being used to its full potential. And now we see on the other side, APHRO's banning Kha'Zix. Interesting. They're banning their own pick and Aatrox. Aatrox is a menace. I understand the Aatrox picks. I'm guessing they know Puddi has not picked their jungle yet, so they're trying to situationally pick and ban for that specifically.
Definitely. To be fair, I mean, the way that it's working with the Vi and the Varus, if they can manage to get the way around the Kai'Sa, then I feel like the Vi, the Ornn, and the Varus can really help that. But now they have the likes of the Akali, so they've not only got the Kai'Sa to contest with, seeing her float around and do mass amounts of damage. You've got Akali, and you've also got the Fiora once again. So it's kind of setting up you're trying to set up a team that's able to actually funnel the enemy teams into 2 fights, like with the Braum with his knock-up. So the Glacial Fissure is definitely one of those things that can be used. Also with his passive concussive blows for some more CC, because we've got plenty of CC so far on the side of APHRO Esports, but Braum just brings a little bit more flavor, and it's topped off with the lightning cherry on top, Zeri.
So are we gonna see that Varus mid then instead of
more
ADC?
More likely.
Okay. Very, very interesting. And we might be seeing, we're probably seeing that Kai'Sa mid yet again as well. Varus with the mid pick, he's decided to say, okay, I'm going to poke this Kai'Sa out of this game, basically. I need to shut him down from across the map. We're going to see that Ashe. It's going to be an Ashe ADC with Alistar.
I think it's going to be Fiora in the jungle,
Fiora
it seems.
in the jungle. I have not seen Fiora be a jungler in a very, very long time, so I'm very interested to see how that works. She's definitely also a farming jungler. I would say, you know, she has the gank potential, but Vi, I think it's better. Her ult just lets her hop onto any champion she wants, do a little shimmy, and then hop right out when she wants to. But yeah, I like the team fight potential that APHRO has with their team fights, but they have to survive the laning phase, and that is the problem that they had the previous game, is that they did not. So I don't know.
Yeah, depending on how they build this Vi. I mean, Vi has a great sort of early game gank potential as well, especially as soon as you start building We'll get into your ult. You've got your first ability to not only just get in there, you've got your ult to sort of single out and try and stop the enemy getting back under the turret. But the same could be said for the Fiora. Fiora can dash over the wall. She can parry the likes of the Vi's ultimate. Same with Ornn as well. So any knock-up that's potentially going to try and single out the Fiora is more than likely going to be met by a fantastic parry, as we saw in the last match. As well, but then you've also got the likes of the Ashe ult coming across the map. We've seen this quite sometimes, that it's a great way to single out, if not to try and stop a massive engage from your enemy team by singling out a massive engager on the enemy team, but also you potentially targeting the likes of the Varus or the Zeri, and then seeing the Fiora dive over the wall, take the kill. But like you say, it's all about making sure that Puddi once again don't dominate that laning phase.
Yeah, definitely. And what we saw in the last game and what we saw in the previous match was the winners, and you can notice it, and we'll probably see it in this game. The winners jungles, when they gank, they don't care about that top lane. They never ganked the top lane. The only team that would gank the top lane was the losing team, and it was always unsuccessful. You want someone in the top lane that can get out of any gank unharmed, or at least alive. They can be harmed, but as long as they're alive, so you don't have to focus on that. You can focus on the gank in the mid. You can focus on the gank in the bot lane, because once your ADC is online, you can go wherever you want after that. And that's exactly what they're probably going to be focusing on in this game as well. We have the Ornn. He sits in his lane and he survives, and we have the Akali, who can sit in a smoke for 20 seconds, heal up, and then dash out whenever she wants. So it's going to be... I hope I don't see any ganks top lane, honestly, unless it's an assured gank. Maybe Vi can come in, but, you know, Ornn's got a little good combo against Akali even when she's in her smoke. He can still hit her and charm her and stun her and deal damage. So, you know, anything's possible when you're a big guy who has can build items whenever he wants, you know?
He's got his own little shop. He's got he's like that kid at school in the UK. We call it a tuck shop. He gets his own snacks out of his bag, and he just literally makes bank. That is basically Ornn in a Wild Rift. But to be fair, down in the bot lane, we see that the Braum is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Seeing Ashe use that vision to make sure there's no ganks in the mid lane, because they're not quite aware that the Vi is down in the bot lane with them. I think that's another great thing of Ashe's kit, is seeing that she can use that third ability to use some vision to find out where the enemy jungler is before they try and go a bit too hard on the duo lane.
Yeah, and I said that there was going to be a Varus mid, but it's actually Varus ADC and Zeri mid, so... You know, that's also pretty good. Zeri has one of the highest ranges for any ADC in the game, and she can auto-attack at will without having to focus onto a specific person. So, you know, she can outrange a Kai'Sa just as much as Varus can. So
Definitely.
We'll see.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So the Braum actually going up into the top lane, but then recalling back down into going back into his vanilla position down in the bot lane, and now going to help Mr. Varus. But yeah, not a lot going on in this early game. We haven't seen a first blood. It's a very slow
looking at
three
the
minutes,
into
he
the
says.
stun.
Oh,
there it is. First blood taken onto this Vi. Look at this damage. She's hitting in the back, but I think Vi is going to go down. There's not much you can do. Oh, Fiora with a nice W. She's healing into the ultimate. Is it enough? Oh, Ornn is here to save the day. Like a superhero coming from the sky. Raining down with, I think it's a bull, I think it's a train. No, it's a giant ox, and he kills that Fiora. They get the trade 2 for 1. That's a nice little combo. Zeri getting 2 assists, but Kai'Sa's still just right behind her, so it's still close.
Yeah, I feel like Marley overestimated the Ornn ult to go a little bit towards the Zeri rather than towards the Fiora. Dashed into the ult and got killed, unfortunately.
Yep.
A little bit of a misplay, but these things happen from time to time. But it's a great thing for APHRO. They're not quite ahead with the gold, only a few hundred behind. But they are ahead with the kills, and they're definitely in a healthier position than where they were in the previous match pre 3 minutes as well. So that's always going to be a great thing. Alistair Lamont almost getting killed. Ramita here also receiving a lot of damage onto
dodging the Varus arrow too. Okay, we see the
that
Kaiser.
naughty,
She
naughty
flashed
Kaiser.
over the wall. She's looking for the W. She misses. Oh no! She was looking and she didn't grab anything. Vi is ready. Vi is ready. Zeri's ready. But I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything too much.
Onto the Vi, going in onto Lamont, taking
Alistar has
the first,
no
another
ult.
kill.
Yep.
Another kill for APHRO. So they are kind of semi-throwing this game for now. I don't feel like it's completely out of their reach to come back with this one. They're kind of testing the waters with this comp, it seems. But a nice little invade there from the Vi. The Braum going onto the Vi as well with his third ability. Is always a great thing with the reduction in, I think it's additional resistance, I believe it is. And then allowing her to go into the team fight means that she's going to be a bit tougher onto the Braum, onto the Ashe as well. But we're seeing the jungle objectives up in 4 seconds. Is it going to be a 50-50 split like last match, or are we going to see a complete dominance from one team or the other?
Ornn doing a lot of damage to this Akali, not wanting her to recall, wanting her to stay so that she can't help with these objectives. We're looking at APHRO. They're on Rift Herald right now. They don't want Ice Dragon. They want this team gold instead. They have been playing very well in the ganks potential. They've been communicating very well, but the gold lead is not high. Puddi just being able to farm through it all, even though they have a 2-kill difference, they are right behind them, neck and neck. And now we're seeing this Fiora single-handedly fight this dragon, not even needing any help. You know, there's nothing to be done. They trade objectives. Look at this. Ooh, nice little stun by this Vi to make sure she doesn't hit the Zeri. Zeri's low. Vi is low. There's not much that can be done. She went back in to her death. There's no damage that she can do to this Alistar. It's too much to tank. And oh my god, he's gonna try to... He kills her under her own tower as a cow. And look at Ornn trading objectives. Okay, under each person's tower, the tanks have killed the ADCs, but it's looking like Braum's by himself, and he's gonna go down.
Watch out, Ornn. Watch out, Ornn. Ashe cancels the recall and gets the Ornn as well.
Oh my god. Ornn dying
that was rookie
in the
error.
wrong place. Yep.
Rookie
Bad
error
recall.
there by Ornn.
Lazy recall. But oh well.
Literally. Premature recall. He was ramming himself into the recall animation and then gets caught out by another Freljord champion. But we're seeing a bit of an engage here from Reaper getting caught, getting knocked back by Alistar. That was a nice play. And then Gume.
All that they had, everything that APHRO had is slowly being pushed away. The kill lead is gone. The gold lead is gone. I don't think I've seen the Rift Herald being placed yet. And Vi's coming back in 10 seconds. And Armor's going away in 20, basically. She needs to hustle and bustle and move that booty to a turret as soon as she can. Otherwise, the Rift Herald is just not going to be worth what she paid for. They paid for it in their lives, and it's not going to be enough. I don't think she's going to make it.
At least they managed to get that 50-50 split once again. They do put it down in the mid lane. I think that's probably a good call. It may not finish off the turret here. Yeah, it'll do a lot of damage, get a lot of gold plating, but it's not going to take down that turret, which would be ultimately the goal for them, or at least putting them in a little bit more of an easier contested place for that gold lead, because they managed to get like 3 of the gold platings on that mid lane turret as well. But yeah, really
nice
interesting fight. Oh,
into the Ashe, into a Kaiser ult. He flashes out. He's gonna be able to escape. Ornn, yeah, we're not gonna talk about the ult there. We're not going to talk about the ult, but it's enough to keep his team alive. Varus is in the back line, low health. There's not much you can do. And we're looking at this gank in top lane. Zeri running for her life, but her dash just not putting her far away enough from the enemies. And she's going to go down, and I think they're going to take this tower. Armor plates are gone, and so is that turret. It does go down. Braum, oh my god, you just jumped right into everyone. They're focusing this Alistar. They should stop focusing Alistar and focus on the backline that's dealing a lot of damage. Fiora hops over the wall, just like you said. It's not going to be enough. Varus goes down. He's stuck in a rock in a hard spot. Braum goes down. There's no damage to be done on APHRO's side. Nothing you can do. Oh my goodness. Vi does get it, but she's going to die. She died for red buff, and Yeah,
Marley
Puddi.
just was not happy with that. Marley was just like, no, you know what? I want a little bit more. I want some more gold. I want a little bit more abuse onto the team, and I also want their red buff. But that is a complete, massive net positive interaction for Puddi there. Not only did they get the first 3 turrets in both lanes, but they in all 3 lanes, sorry, but they also get the second tier turret in the Baron lane. Once again, that Baron lane is a priority for Puddi, it seems. They like to take out that massive side lane, not quite doing as much damage into the mid lane, but again, collecting the dragons. They are doing what they do best in these lanes. They're getting those ganks, and they're ahead by 7 kills. It's just typical Puddi. I think we're going to see pretty much the same of the first match going into this last match, because it just seems to be a massive tempo. They seem to just get their way with the match, and they know what they're doing. Even with a not so great pick in terms of soloing the the dragons in the jungle with the Fiora, but they are keeping the enemy team off of that camp and allowing the Fiora to just do what she needs to do. We're seeing a bit of an engage here.
Let's see what they go for. In the back
Heckerson
lines,
and
Alistar out of nowhere, stunning both Varus and Vi, and it's going to be enough to take them both down. Nothing to do, nothing to see. Get the funeral ready. Oh my goodness. Another one goes down, another one goes down, and there's a quick ace in their own base beneath 2 standing turrets. I mean, there's nothing much you can do. Inferno Dragon's up. They're going for the inhib. They're probably gonna recall, I guess. Okay, yeah. You don't need dragon.
Yeah, the ace of base. They sung a song about they saw a sign, and it's Puddi looking to take another victory from APHRO. They are singing all the way to the Infernal Dragon. We see the Fiora already making her way downtown, walking past, faces past, and she's homebound.
Yeah, there it is. They're going for the dragon, and the rest of the team is mid. We got Kai'Sa split pushing like Kai'Sa did the last game. She's not afraid. She's not afraid to be by herself, and that's not good, because that means she's
an
strong.
independent lady that needs no backup.
The stun did get landed on the Zeri. She was able to proc her dash over the wall, but I mean, what is she gonna do? She's gone! And another ult by the Braum to try to stun some players. They do get a kill onto this Fiora. Wait, they might turn it around, but look at Kai'Sa's hopping right in with her TP. She comes in, Ashe comes in, gets another kill, and they turn it right back around. They lost 1, but then they take down 4 in the process. It's too much damage. Too much tankiness from one single Alistar cow. Someone... That's definitely a cow on steroids or something. That is not RBST approved. That cow is a menace to society, and yeah, they're taking advantage of that.
No one drink that steroid milk from that cow. He is literally a livid. He's rolling in the roids right now, especially with how much damage is taken. But that's what the Warmogs does. The Warmogs is a massive item onto the Alistar. And to be fair to Alistar, he doesn't have to build any magic resistance because the enemy team doesn't have any magic or AP champions. So building the Warmogs, building full armor, he's just going to be so tanky. And I think that's maybe where APHRO have gone wrong once again. Yes, they may be able to build a third AP item on either the Zeri or the Varus, but it's not going to be enough to take down this.
Look at this Alistar, 1v3.
Moo man.
He's mad cow disease running loose. An Ashe ult hits 2 people. Braum's trying to do what he can, but he's no Alistar. He's just a man with a big wooden door, and he's not going to be able to protect his teammates. Zeri goes down. Vi goes down. Ornn is running for his life. He goes down. Guys, just know that they all died. I don't have to say who died.
Quick summary. Teammates, once again, at the base. Minions in the mid-wave. Down goes the Nexus. Simple as that.
No AP and 2 gluttonous boots on both the Varus and the Zeri, which is not what you need because you're dying. You have no sustain for the team fights. That's not what you should be going for. You should be going for either the poke or an insane amount of damage, and I don't see it in those builds.
Yep, no. Just looking at that.
Yeah.
It's just copy pasta from the last match. Yes, it wasn't as quick as what Puddi did in the first match, that pre-3 minutes, but they still managed to come out on top with 25 to 6 kills. But let's have a deeper dive into the crooks and crannies of the analysts, what they have to say.
All I have to say is it feels like it's so Jover, man. Like, you know, we talked about last game. I think Pierce was one of the. I think he said it. I don't know if he said it on broadcast. But he's been saying it constantly. They're like, hey, even if you do beat Puddi and like you live through the early game, it's like, hey, you know, well then what are you doing in the mid game? What are you doing in the late game? And it's like, I think this was a really good showcase of like, I think APHRO made good adjustments in terms of like, hey, they weren't doing that poor in terms of how I thought they played out the early game. I think that like they accomplished what they needed to. But I think in terms of like the mid game, we really saw the game plan fall apart. Right? Like you could just see it at 6 minutes. Everything starts to go wrong. To me, one of the moments that I think was really crucial in that game was see APHRO shift the Varus up to help with Rift Herald, right? And in doing so, there's no one to stop starting, who was kind of out of the game because he did get killed in mid. He's able to get like 2 or 3 plates on that bot side turret, and that lets him back into the game and brings this Kai'Sa that we've been talking about, like how good she is, back online. And I think that was one of the key moments that I'm thinking about in the game. That said, I do want to hear from Pierce because I know that he has a little bit more, you know, knowledge about what these players like to do and why they might have made some of the decisions in game.
Muted as usual, but I'm back. Okay, so something that I thought was pretty interesting that Rafa and Alp were talking about yesterday, like the Ice Dragon is definitely like the worst dragon, but you saw that MohLIE chose to do that, and that's because if we take a quick look at the gold graph, it was actually pretty good early game from APHRO, you know, up until this this objective phase here. You know, APHRO even has a lead going in. I think it was 3-1 in terms of kills. So so MohLIE and his team opt into the Ice Dragon, which isn't like, you don't want to do that, but it's the smart choice because they're kind of behind, you know, at least they're not ahead. And then it just turns into a Puddi mid game where, you know, they're out rotated. You know, it starts with the plates that Blaziken talked about, and then it turns into cross map plays and other cross map plays. It really spirals. The macro that these 5 players have worked on, I mean, every single one of them has gone to Worlds, all on separate teams, but I mean, Starting's gone to Worlds twice as well. Yeah, so these players, it's like I'm very proud of APHRO for being really aggressive in that early game, looking for those advantages. That first blood on Starting is what you need to see there. You know, getting Tengen ahead. They're I would probably say they're carry. It's what we needed from them, but it's just not enough when you're versing basically Lebmon and MohLIE just walking around the map. I want to take a quick moment to take a look at Gumei's build. This isn't something you'll see in ranked too much, but it's basically like Essence Reaver into Black Cleaver into Solari. The reason behind this is just like cooldown, because in competitive, Ashe isn't like doing damage, they're just ulting. You end up doing damage late game, right? So like he caught up on the damage meters, but really strong build. It lets the Alistar also just roam because got so much wave clear, and then the pretty sure his ult is like a 15-second cooldown or like 20-second cooldown, like once we get into the late game.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to watch some of the content that Glaciox, a previous coach of Sentinels, ex-coach of BRU for WRLAC, put out today. And he sort of went over a lot of the drafts about, like, he was playing against Nigma. And a big highlight that he mentioned was this Alistar Ashe, because, like, they don't lose lane. They go even at worst. And, like, the Alistar is allowed to roam because the Ashe is really self-sufficient with how she can build. And then, you know, you have... You know, you're just, you know, you're Ornn, you're chilling in top lane, you're a tank, right? You're doing fine. Then there's an Ashe arrow into an Alistar combo, into a Kali perfect execution on you, and suddenly it's like, I'm not doing so good, you know? Like, and it's like, that sort of stuff is really powerful.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I sort of wanted to mention, which I think is the big issue for me, at least in terms of how APHRO are going to win this game, is I just like they have the ability, I think, to play better drafts, and I think that they're not playing to like what could be the most ideal compositions. Like, I don't think this Varus has shown that it's worth picking so highly. I don't think like the Ornn has shown that it's worth picking so highly. Like these two champions
Absolutely.
have not impressed me.
Yeah.
I personally would drop them, and like I think that like something like I'm gonna also say I don't like how they played out their second half of this draft, right? So we think about how this draft goes down. Puddi, they pick the Fiora and the Kai'Sa 1-2. So what's really important to recognize about both of those two is that they're multi-role flexes, right? We see D'Enzio playing Kai'Sa in the bot lane versus in the mid lane for starting. We've seen Fiora here be jungle. She's been top lane other times in the tournament. She could also be played mid lane if you're really, really wild. But then APHRO opts to ban two junglers in terms of Aatrox and Kha'Zix, and I just feel like that's like, you have to understand that like really, really good junglers, especially people like Mally, who has played the Fiora before, really prolific on it in WNS 1, like they are going to be able to flex this and make your bans useless, because what you just did is you wasted two bans where you could have banned something like, you know, maybe the Ashe, or like there's a lot more options there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that like the Ornn is still a good champion, but I think that the amount of priority he's getting, they gave up Volibear in the first game, they gave up Kai'Sa in the second game. Doesn't seem like Puddi's first picking it. I can actually tell you that like if the Ornn is picked, it's almost definitely going to Levmont, you know, so which is still a strong pick, but like they can pick up the Ornn later in the draft. I'm like 99% sure. So getting the Kai'Sa out of the way, which is what the caster desk talked about, I think could be a really smart decision because they will be on the blue side once again. Still got to get rid of the volley, but maybe just picking up the Kai'Sa. I'm sure Tengen or Heck can play it, you know. So that's one of the big things I would like to see.
I kind of want to bounce this off you, Pierce, because this is like where I'm sort of like, I think APHRO is in sort of a checkmate scenario because they don't necessarily have like, they haven't showcased the mastery that teams like Puddi have. What do you think that they should drop, right? Because they've banned Lee Sin, Camille, Jace, and then they banned in game 1, I believe it was, they banned Volibear, Nautilus, and then Ornn. So like, where do you want them to drop the ban?
I think that those three bans are good. I think it's just like Ornn is like a good champ, but like I don't think it's like a staple for Puddi. Like they're not gonna like crouch on it like a lot of like the other teams, you know. They don't need like a staple tank in the Baron. So I think they can keep those bans because I think letting starting or Mally get Jace is like GG. I think Camille is like terrible if you give that to MTS. It was one of his main champions. Same with, I mean, Mally plays it excellently too. It's like one of the top two jungles in solo queue. We won't see it probably here. And then the last one was Volley. Yeah, I mean they have to keep those. But I really think it's the adaptation of picking up the Kai'Sa. That's really what I want them to do.
I definitely agree. This is one of those scenarios where if you're APHRO and you're like the coach here, because I know both of us have a little bit of coaching experience, like it can't feel good to be like, damn, these guys have like 30 champions they're good on. We don't feel great about dropping any bans. And it's like, where are you looking to try to find that advantage? And I think that like you just have to try to find something maybe that's unexpected in draft here that you haven't seen before.
I mean, so like there is potential where like the problem is they're blue side, so they don't get as many picks. Like if they're red side, we have like the option of just like leaving everything open, you know, and maybe just going after like the Akali Fiora, you know, that like MTS seems to be playing every game, and then like maybe we get a Camille and Jace or a Volley, you know. But on the blue side, you have a lot less options because you only get one OP pick, and I don't know if they can really mess too much with the draft from here. So, I mean, they played really good in the early games. So, like, I think they've got, you know, some sort of idea on how to play. It's like, I think they should be proud of where they've gotten so far. It's just continuing on into game 3 and hopefully maybe game 4.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good place to stop it, right? Like, there's not. We're hoping to see something out of APHRO, really, in terms of like, hey, you know, this might not be the like you might not be able to win the series. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen given how dominant Puddi has looked. But like at this point, taking a game is like, hey, just get your foot in the door. But I think we're probably gonna have to throw it to a break, and then we'll get into the next game.
Awesome.
Yep.
Could have been.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, Time to roll the dice. You know I'm the type to risk my life. Not afraid to die. Type to make you cry. Type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad and control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice. You know I'm the type to risk my life. Not afraid to die. Type to make you cry. Type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead. You know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang. You can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me, I like the way. Time to roll the dice. You know I'm the type to risk my life. Not afraid to die. Type to make you cry. Type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Life, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to what could potentially be the last match of the series. I'm pretty sure APHRO don't want it to be the last match of the series. I'm pretty sure they want to be within it to win it.
Stop manifesting.
But yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting to see the last two games to see what these teams can do. But yeah, I'm not too sure what either of them can do. Yeah. So we
nothing more can be said
to see.
Yeah, the analysers, they said it better than I could. So we'll just jump into the pick. The sea anemones said it better than I could ever. So
there's an anemone.
All right, so let's see. If I don't see Kaiser either getting picked or banned by APHRO, I'm going to be upset. I'm just gonna say that. I don't see Kaiser.
Yeah. I guess if we don't see the ban, I will be sorely disappointed, or I'm convinced they're just like taking the bag. Convinced they're taking the bag. But I mean, at least they banned the Fiora, so it's not like they've not sort of paid attention to what was being going on in the past two matches. at least something's changing. There's a change in pace. The tides are turning.
Is it? Let's see. I guess. Let's just see. We're seeing the MohLIEVERS ban again. The Shen ban by Puddi. We're seeing. Let's see their last ban before their first pick. It's the Gragas ban. Okay. Gragas wasn't in the last game, right?
No, he got banned.
No. Yeah, he got
banned, and the Ziggs gets banned again. They do not want either Tengen or Exian to get that Ziggs. But they are looking to take Mr. Alistar, and the long-legged lady with the voluptuous legs is available to spread butter onto the English muffins, and she gets picked.
Yeah, I'm hungry too, Plan. I'm hungry too.
Finally, she's out.
So Camille has been
out the hat.
Wow. Okay. I don't know about the Gragas ban per se then, because like the sea anemones we're talking about, Camille is, you know, someone that Puddi does play a lot. So you know, it's gonna be a problem. Like I said in the last match, the solo laners, I mean, it's general, but they have to be able to survive on themselves. Okay.
I finally took the Kaiser.
We finally willed it.
We're moving.
They've heard us on a 2-minute delay yelling at them about the Kaiser, and they finally said, "Fine."
Yeah.
Fine, we'll pick
Kaiser. Please go in with it.
They take the Kaiser, they get the Vi again. So they're sticking with the jungler. The Vi wasn't bad. They had that early game couple kills, but they fell off very hard in the late game because they were just getting caught in the team fights. And like you said, yep, we see that Rakan and Lee Sin on Puddi side. We're gonna see some really, really rough ganks on Puddi. They have enough CC to last about 2 minutes and 30 seconds once they have all of their abilities ready to go. So I'd be afraid. You gotta do the 5 Ds: dip, duck, dive, dash, and
dab.
Dab. And dab through
the new one.
All of the CC you're about to see.
One. Literally. But yeah, I mean, the synergy from the Camille and the Rakan is going to be massive, especially with Grand Entrance and X-Tech Ultimatum as well. Catching out the Kaiser is more likely going to be the case for this Camille. She, by nature, tracks down these naughty people that defy the law, and so she's going to do it to the Kaiser, I believe. But it's all down to this Alistair to bump the Camille away, just like the Taxman. Bump him away. We see the Jax get banned, the Rakan get banned in the Baron lane as well, and then we see the Zyra and the Varus get banned. So there's a little bit of difference here for which ADC to go for. I'm very surprised they didn't go for the Corki on the side of Puddi, as we normally see them do, but they've gone for the Zeri. But the mid lane is still all open for them to take.
Zeri is a pretty good pick. She can shred through Alistar decently well. Nothing crazy like Corki could have. Corki's armor penetration is, yeah, it's crazy. So, you know, Corki definitely probably would have been a better pick, but, you know, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and make fun of Puddi like they haven't been undefeated this entire tournament. They know what they're doing. They're better than me. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure the Zeri is going to be able to do something. Anything. And then we got the Ezreal pick from Ramita yet again. You know, we saw it the first game. They went 0-6, but they did the most damage. They just get caught out a lot, and I don't know. They might get caught out a lot this game too. You have Rakan, you have Lee Sin, you have Camille, you have even Yasuo. These 4 characters alone can catch someone, and combined together, that's a SWAT team. That is the CIA. That is who's James Bond? Who does he work for? I don't know. They are, yes, 007. But they're just basically a crazy group of people that will catch you and arrest you, and then kill you. So, you know, don't die, Ezreal. I believe in you.
Yeah,
I believe.
That's all you gotta do. Is just don't die. Just don't die. I'm
Just
still
don't
waiting
die.
for the Yasuo and Lee Sin to swap around. I don't think that's gonna be a Lee Sin in the mid lane. I think that will later on swap around, especially with the help of the Wind Wall from Yasuo would be a bigger counter for Ezreal here, especially with his ultimates for the wave clear. But it looks like Yasuo is potentially staying in the jungle.
Is it?
I don't know how.
No.
No, I'm gonna say just for some reason it's there. So starting is actually gonna be playing jungle, and Mali Ulu is gonna be in the mid lane. People wanted me to say that, so there we go. There's the Uwu.
You put. You are dedicated. I appreciate you.
I was dedicated to that Uwu. I put my full energy. I'm going to pass out now because it's too late. But yeah, the set into the Baron lane against Camille, really interesting. We haven't seen a set all day. Vi coming out once again, and then obviously we're getting the Lee Sin in the jungle against Vi. the Yasuo in the mid lane against the Ezreal, which I can see being quite huge unless the Ezreal gets a fast lead in that laning phase. But yeah, with the Rakan knock-up as well, that's going to very much enable the Yasuo as well in these team fights or in these ganks. So
yeah, I definitely like this set pick.
Counter.
I like this set pick. It's you want that early game dominance because there is the battle of the CC going on right here. Alistar tanking because, well, that's what he does. Kai'Sa getting some little pokes going, and that's very good because Alistar can heal both him and Kai'Sa, but Rakan and Zeri, it's just a shield, really. So if you can poke them through the shield, you're winning. That's all you have to do. So APHRO with the decent start. Again, but, you know, Puddi, they are very, very good at farming. We noticed last game they were down in the kills, but they kept up in the gold because they're good at that. That is what they do. Set with a little bit of damage, trying to go for a little haymaker combo. Let's see. It's going to be slow. Ooh, nice poke by Zeri just to do a little bit of damage. Any bit of damage matters. Keep them on their toes, their tippy toes. And
tippy toes.
Yeah, tippy toes. This Yasuo mid is probably going to be very good against Ezreal once he gets his wind wall up. He can't do too much damage. He can farm freely. A little flash and a charm by Rakan. Zeri's range, she reaches across the map to shoot you in the face with little nerf bullets that hurt. And it's enough. Kai'Sa's very, very low. Lee Sin's looking for something. Nice
here
little...
as well.
Alistar catching that Rakan, forcing him to flash out of there, taking too much damage. Oh no, the charm by Rakan. Is he going to go down? 1 health. We got the Ezreal rotating. There's the first blood, but they're going to come back on their own. Alistar goes down. Yasuo following suit. I don't know. There's not much I can do. It's a 2v2. 2 people died on both sides. Nice little smite by the Vi to get some health back. Yeah, but she can't hop over the wall. She's stuck. Unfortunate.
She's stuck as a duck in the muck. But that was pretty good for APHRO to completely negate that. Well, not completely negate it. Obviously, ended in a 2-2 trade, but to negate
they got
that
first
dive
blood.
completely like against all odds in their favor was huge for them to bring that back a little bit. There's a little bit of copium going on in Blam's voice here for APHRO. I feel like they can do it. I feel like they need to do it. We just make sure that Molly does not get caught out here by the Vi because she's here, there, everywhere.
You mean Mali Uwu? Uwu, right?
Mali
Uwu. We gotta say their full names. We have to be respectable. All right, so you can't get mad at us, production. We are saying their full name. It is just part of the game. That's all.
Yeah.
Alright, we're seeing another gank. Lee Sin has not learned his lesson, but you know what? It works out. They get the Alistar. They go down. And, I mean, yeah. That's all that I can say. Kai'Sa by herself, she's going to have to Q and pew and survive. Look at this Yasuo catching this Ezreal on the rotation. Calling out to his team, hey, Ezreal's coming. And also, he's a little hurt. That's all. But he's coming. And they back off. They get some armor. They get some gold. And that's all there is to it. Yasuo with the commanding 400 gold lead on Ezreal within 3 minutes. Nothing crazy like the other games. But
yeah, no. I feel like Ezreal with his is that his pajama party like skin? I feel like he'll have some bells on there, so they'll hear him before they see him. You know what I mean? Same with the Alistair. They'll hear his bells. They'll hear Ezreal's bells. They'll know he's coming.
Yeah, he's like a house cat with the little collar on, with the bell on.
Yeah,
so you don't step on them. You know.
I mean, he's a ferocious house cat because I mean he's got 2-0 at the moment. So keep doing what you are doing, Ezreal.
Definitely. He is 2-0, but again, just because he's 2-0 doesn't mean anything. Puddi Yasuo only has 1 kill, but has 400 gold on the Ezreal because they are very, very good at farming. These people...
You do be farming.
They are on farmersonly.com. They know what they are doing. They know how to kill these minions and get that gold, yeah. They know how to milk.
Yasuo is no stranger to the farmer's market. He is farming up that gold. He is doing bits for his team to keep them ahead in the gold, which is the matter of a K and a bit. I would say I'm not going to be too generous to Puddi. They don't need it. They don't need my generosity. They are pretty much doing bits anyway. But it's actually interesting to see that APHRO are deciding to try and take a dragon this time around. Vi is in the dragon pit for not for long.
Nice. Ezreal ult hits 2 people, pokes them down slightly, but they're still going to be going for this dragon. It's a 4v4 right now. They pull dragon out. I don't know if it resets. I think it's a... Yep, there it is. It's resetting. Oh, the flash into the combo by Yasuo with the little hit on 2 people. Ezreal goes down, and we got Kai'Sa running for her life, Vi running for her life, but she's not going to survive. Oh my goodness. The combos by Puddi. Absolutely disgusting to just turn them on their toes, make them run for their lives, and still die in the process. 3 go down, and they're going to get this Rift Herald.
The Rift Herald and the Ocean Drake, they've basically split apart and managed to secure 100% of that early dragon objective as well, which is going to be massive for them. They could even place this in mid to start some split massive priority in the lane, in the mid lane. And then they've also got Ocean Dragon, which is another fantastic first dragon as well, especially with the healing. It is a good day for Puddi. They take the first turret. 3.
Yasuo coming in. Nice little kick into the Yasuo ultimate. Goodness gracious. Ezreal goes from 2-0 to 2-2 in the blink of an eye, and his turret's going down at the same time. Oh man, Ezreal should not be wearing pajamas. He is sleeping on the job, and oh wait, they saved the turret. Somehow, some way, 100 health.
They needed Jesus in that mid lane, and they definitely got him at that 177 health on the turret. Not managing to take it with Shelly and the Zeri, but all it's going to take is a few love taps.
Ezreal trying to catch someone in the bottom lane. Lee Sin cancels his recall. We got a little chase going on in the mid lane with this Vi. Where is she going? Nowhere.
Beautiful.
She's going down, baby. Down. And then we're seeing this fight. This fight has been happening for a while, but finally, Puddi taking it. Kai'Sa coming out of nowhere, though. Finishing off that Lee Sin. She did use her ultimate, I believe, so she doesn't have it to chase this Rakan. And, I mean, Yasuo is a menace, so I wouldn't even want to go anywhere near him and his 6-foot sword.
Yeah, we saw that Zeri gave that mid turret a little bit of love taps that was on a bit earlier, but we see that Hextech ultimatum straight onto the set. Playmaker into the Zeri, but just not enough to keep himself alive. 2v1 is just unfortunate potential here for the set with only Black Cleaver right now.
Yeah. I don't even think he got the Haymaker off in time, so he couldn't pop that shield that he wanted. But even if he did, it's looking like we got Serpent's Fang on Lee Sin, and Zeri, if she pops her ultimate, which I believe she did in that team fight, it wouldn't have even mattered. His shield would disappear in the blink of an eye because Zeri's ult is crazy.
Yeah, you could say it's a Zerius ult. Take that one in the pum bank. Catch that one, lad.
I'm not even... You're tired. You're tired, Blam. I get it. I get it.
Not tired of these dubs, though. We got MTS giving a good push in that Baron lane. Rakan is trying to keep the Vi and the Alistar off of the...
Vi with the ult, but she's in that Zeri W, who's doing a lot of damage. She's getting chased down. It's looking like she's going to go down. There's 4 people under this turret starting taking some damage. He's still going to survive. Alistar with 2 health, 1 health, 0 health, and that's it. He goes down as well. That's 3 for nothing. They're perfectly fine. MTS just steamrolling that top lane with the help of his buddies. And another Yasuo 2v1 right now. 2v1!
No! Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. Who called Lee Sin over? Who did that? I would be yelling at that Lee Sin. And now I'm like, Lee Sin, help me! Lee Sin! Lee Sin said, nope.
I helped you. Just let me go. Just let me go, man.
Does get shutdown gold.
It's like that meme from Superman where like his uncle's like, nah, just leave me. That was Yasuo to Lee Sin. It's like, Just leave me, bro. I've overextended for too long, but here we see Ramita going in onto the Lee Sin. Helped out by Lamont here. We're seeing
They got
Zeri
three,
procs that.
but that
Q over the
Zeri
wall.
Q is absolutely insane in the amount of damage it does, and she gets the kill off of it again on that Ezreal. The Q is doing so much damage. The auto attack is doing so much damage. It's... You can't stop it.
And all this time, Camille is pushing that Baron lane. That Baron lane is pretty much almost gone.
Camille did the...
already on 8-0, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Kai'Sa trying to survive. She did 4 of the Ds of the dodge, dip, dash, but she forgot to dab, and she goes down there. And yeah,
that dab's the important part.
Yeah, it's the biggest part, especially as Kai'Sa.
Stylistic.
But it's a 15,000 gold difference right now. I'm not too sure what could happen for APHRO. Infernal Dragon, they take Puddi with, I mean, a resounding just team fight. It's you can't beat it. The Yasuo engage. Even if he doesn't engage, you can have Lee Sin engage into the Yasuo ult. Even if he doesn't engage, you have Rakan charming 3 people and he starts to engage. There's too many different ways for APHRO to get deleted off the face of the earth.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not the Kai'Sa and the Alistair picks that are securing the wins for Puddi, because it's working okay for APHRO, but it's just not the same charm, it seems, for APHRO here. APHRO already looking pretty low on the Alistair. There goes the quickness from the Rakan. Rakan goes in, down goes the Vi. Zeri is already making waves. There goes the Yasuo, taking another kill onto the Kai'Sa, and a double kill for Zeri. Is this going to be an ace? Triple kill for Zeri. Could we get a quad? Yes, please. We get a quad. They're at the Nexus, and it looks like they're going to finish it here. And you have it here, guys. The undefeated team of the Void Series is Puddi. Finishing the tournament off on a 12-minute match. Just means to show you that these guys mean business.
Wow. They came here for money, not to have fun. They definitely came here to show off their skills, do everything they can, and they definitely did. No losses in the entire tournament. Wow.
I'm convinced they need to change their avatar to just Vince McMahon. And just here comes the money.
It's too cute. You don't expect an undefeated person with the team Puddi, you know? Oh, man.
You can never take Puddi serious, but what you can take serious is the analysts, the
CN enemies.
The analysts. What did you think the CN is for the last time in the Void Series? Give us your thoughts.
Lucian, what's your initial thoughts from our last match, last series, last game of the Void Series?
So, you know, I was like, hey, maybe we can improve in draft, and I think they went the exact opposite direction, to be honest. This was not what I was looking for. I think that Set suffers from the same issues that Ornn does in terms of, like, he doesn't really get a lot of prio. He isn't really, like, somebody that you can play towards. And, like, Set against Camille is just probably one of the worst matchups that you could ever ask for, because Camille does a ton of true damage, and Set is super reliant on getting his shield. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, we'll go look at the jungle, and it's like, okay, Vi, you're probably doing pretty good against Lee Sin. And then you look at the mid lane, and it's like, Yasuo, one of the premier mid laners into the double ADC comp, versus a double ADC comp. And it's like, okay, this is not what I'm looking for. Like, the bot lane, I think it's fine, but I think that it's just like, this just isn't it for if you're trying to beat, like, a good team. Like,
yeah.
I also don't know if you felt this, but, like, especially this game, it really, really felt to me like APHRO kind of played scared, which is, like, I think a hard thing to describe, but, like, game one, it felt like they were trying to trade aggressively and, like, hey, we're gonna get out there, we're gonna stick it to them, you know? And then this game, to me, it was just, like, they were playing super safe, and, like, even when they got dove, right, they trade evenly, but it comes out at a loss because the team, specifically Leblanc, is just wailing on the turret and getting the demolish procs for a few seconds, and then it's just like, I want more, you know? This isn't what I'm looking for when I'm looking for like a team that I think is going to be the best in America.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough on game 3. Like from a coaching perspective, like one of the hardest things is when you're down 2 games in a series, and like you have to like finish game 2 and be like, all right, guys, let's get ready to run it all the way back 3 games. You know, like so your the point game can be like really tough to get into. You know, takes like a big like sometimes there's a player on the team that has like that right confidence to do it, but I mean it's just tough for APHRO. And I want to talk a little bit about Puddi, because in draft I was actually really worried when I thought that starting was going to play the Yasuo, because I've watched him play Yasuo, and last night I saw him hit the 10 death power spike. So I was thinking maybe, and he unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize on it. So I was thinking maybe APHRO had the chance, but seeing Mally, getting him to swap to his mid lane, which he hasn't been able to play in competitively in a long time, I was really excited to see the Yasuo. I mean, we saw. I think there was a couple of very clip-worthy moments from Mally. You know, when he's like dashing through the jungle to like attack them, to that bot lane 1v2. You know, that he ended up winning. A little help from Lee Sin, but not really. And yeah, just like a really strong comp put together here. You have the safe Baron lane with MTS. He's playing weak side this whole tournament, did exceptionally with that. And Lebmont setting up the Yasuo, and you have the Kume basically just didn't get attacked the whole match. Like I just phenomenal team comp and drafting from Puddi, and they really showed why they were the victors of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to say besides like Puddi clearly looked like the best team in the tournament, and I think it's a disservice. Like, and although I'll huff the APHRO copium because I really like how this team like played through the early qualifiers, and I think like they hit that thing where they just kind of went on a run at the right time. You know, like they came out of 5th in qualifier 1, and they're here in 2nd place, and like, you know, that's a pretty good accomplishment. And I think that's, you gotta like, hey, that's something that's good. And like, you'd be like, like you're looking at that, you're like a coach, you're like, you got something to start with here. I think this is a really good building block. I don't think this is like the end for Puddi or for APHRO either.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them in future events, because I think they want to keep competing. They're competitors at heart.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to see all the teams out. Like, this is one of the, I think, few NA events that we have still going, and so it's great to see teams that are like relatively newer. APHRO have admitted like Sentinels, at least this sort of combination of players. I know that we talked about. I don't remember if it was on break or not, but like, they have the accomplishments. They've been to Worlds. They've got a lot of like trophies and stuff. And I don't think APHRO has that same legacy. So you've got a lot to like look forward to for this squad, I think.
I think they did great.
The only other. Oh, go ahead.
No, go Blaze. Go Blaze.
The only other thing that like sticks out to me is if I'm like the APHRO coach, because that's kind of the perspective that I've been taking and like how I'm trying to analyze these games. I want to see this team like really focus on the micro game, because I think it's a really big misconception, and I think you'll probably end up agreeing with me on this, Pierce. I don't know what you're going to say about it, but like a lot of people think that like the early laning phase doesn't matter and like how you farm doesn't matter as much, when I think it's like just as important as League, because it's really how you set up. And if you don't have that like good foundational setup for the game, you're going to come in and you're going to kind of come out looking weak out of the mid game. And I think that that's something that I'd be like, hey, APHRO, here's an easy way, and like not necessarily easy, but like here's a direct way to look at for improvements for where you're trying to go in the future.
Just speaking on that before we move on, I think that you should spend like almost as much time, like it's a little harder now that the competitive scene isn't quite there, but as we like start to ramp up, because I think North America is going to be growing soon, you need to do a lot of 1v1s in mid lane and top lane, so your mid laners and top laners can do a lot of practice there. You basically fight for the first 3 minutes and then you reset the matchup. Like you shouldn't be doing like super long 1v1s. And then also it's very important that your bot lane does a bunch of 2v2 scrims where once again you're just resetting at like about 2 to 3 minutes and just getting that practice. And it's like just as important like he's talking as like your late game macro. Because if your like foundation isn't right, then you know it doesn't matter like what the walls look like in the house if they all fall down because you haven't built the ground right.
Yeah, I just think like I also kind of want to like now that the tournament's over. I don't think both of us have a lot to say, and I'd like to have the casters in here as well. But I'm super excited for the future of NA seeing this tournament. Like, I think we all sort of have that like issue of like, oh boy, what's gonna happen when Riot like cancels major events like WNS. But like you come out, you see some of these teams that are like newer, a bunch of people that maybe like aren't maybe aren't huge competitors. We've seen a bunch of new teams come out and they perform super well, and that's super exciting to see for me.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot going on, and there's a team to try to top basically.
Yeah, I think that also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just ad-libbing.
I think that having like people will say that like having one team that's like super dominant is bad for the region. I don't think that's true. I think that having Puddi and like this Sentinels Sentinels core is super great because it's like, hey, that's what we need to beat. Like it sets this like really high standard that I like to see from a lot of teams. That said, I think that's going to be the end of us for the analysts. So, I just want to say massive shout out to everybody that showed up in chat. I've always maintained that like the most important part of these events is having viewers because that's how you get more of these events. That's how you get the Riot sponsorships. As usual, you guys can follow me on Twitter at mblazikenq. That's all I have to say. Have a nice day.
Bye. I'm Pierce. Have a good one. We'll see you guys. We'll send you guys over to Kiana with the interviews.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. In case you're just tuning in or you missed the beginning, my name is Kiana for Wild Rift, and now I'm here with the very talented Starting, getting ready to do this final interview. Before we start, I would like to say congratulations on the 3-win streak for the finals, like picking up the victory overall. And first question would just be like, how do you feel starting overall? What's the vibes between you, the team, everybody, etc.?
It feels great. It's been a long journey for sure since initially we started in July. We signed up in the first qualifier, and then to finally have the tournament over with and to win it feels great.
I bet, especially because like you said, it's been a while, so that's really cool. What was the confidence level going into this like 3 matches? Like from the first match to the second match to the final match, did the confidence like go? Was it shaky in the beginning and then got better towards the end, or was everybody just confident all the way through?
I think our team doesn't really suffer from lack of confidence or whatever, and generally, I think our team during the first games we're always testing. What's the vibe? Like, are we like feeling really sweaty today?
Mm-hmm.
And after the second game and the first game, we just like trying to have a lot of fun in the third game because throughout the tournament I feel like we've always been trying to win as fast as we can and as clean as we can. So definitely had a little bit more fun in the end since I also played jungle. You guys didn't notice. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned. I was about to ask, like, what was the switch like between going from mid to jungle and vice versa, etc. Like, did you have to change a mindset or?
I mean, I play a lot of jungle in rank, so I was only confident on playing Lee Sin in tournament if it was only Lee Sin. So I told Mally, I'm only gonna play jungle if I can get to play Lee Sin. And we just trying to have fun, like I said. we're always sweating. Like if you checked our last 2 series, maybe 3, like we always have Kaisa. And
Yeah.
I mean, if you're always trying to win, we always pick the most broken champs possible.
I'm so happy you admitted it because it's so true. Riot, please. Nerf her. Please, I'm begging. I'm tired of Kaiza. Anyways, but honestly, no, yeah, real. Especially because, you know, one of the broken champions right now being Kaiza. It makes sense. It makes sense. It's really cool though, like seeing like, you know, seeing like more skilled like players play her and see how, you know, everybody does with it. But I was gonna ask towards the end game, I think I noticed like y'all having more fun with it, especially with all these wombo combos. What was your favorite play in the last game?
In the last game, it was actually during the first objective of the dragon.
Mhm.
I thought me and Levon were just gonna kill this guy over the wall because she went inside the pit. I don't know if it was on purpose or accident, but
Mhm.
she went inside the pit, and then we had a little skirmish and whatever, and then everyone was kind of passing towards mid, and then Levon just he literally just pinged and then went in, and I saw a 3-man knock up, and then I 3-man Lee Sin kick, and I just knew the fight was over after he engaged like that.
When you play, like, sorry, because you mentioned this play right now, I was thinking about it. When you're playing, do you like see what's gonna happen right before you do it? Like, is it in your head exactly how it's gonna play out, and then it ends up happening? And like, you know, do you have that mindset, or like, does that come to your head when you're playing?
Well, the thing is with this team specifically, what I like about it is I don't have to tell them what we want to do. It's like everyone knows what each other's minds is like thinking, like what we
Yeah.
want to do in the moment. And for other team, I used to be in tribe. We would call out literally everything what we want to do, and we're not always in the same pace. But with
Yeah.
this team, like it feels like everyone just read each other's mind. So that's why it always works out kind of in our favor most of the time, if
Mhm.
not all the time. And that's because we always have the same idea and same mindset on how we approach team fight.
Oh yeah, that synergy. I can really see it out there. I'm assuming you guys play a lot together. I'm assuming you're really like, I don't know if you're really close, but I'm assuming you know you play enough to like know how each other's gonna like what you're gonna do, when to go in or not, or you know who when to save like a teammate, etc.
Yeah, and I mean we all play each other in rank too, and from rank as well. Like you can kind of tell what they want to do and what I want to do, and it's just a bunch of, I'd say, smart individuals with the same goal when playing the game.
That's really good. That's an actual like that's like teamwork right there. That's like what a team should consist of, and that's really like cool to like see out there. I was gonna ask you next. Do you have any like tips or advice for any players struggling to climb rank, or for any high elo players that still need help, like changing mindsets? What would be your advice for them?
I would actually agree with Zio's interview earlier. Always try to set up a goal, I would say,
Mhm.
instead of just spamming games in rank.
Mhm.
And you slowly start becoming better. And if you really want to get better, I would start watching your own game.
Mhm. By the goals, do you mean like can you go specifics? Like goal as as in like taking like kind of what Zio said, like taking like this objective at this time, or like goals like in general, like overall long term.
So it's kind of like that. So for ADC, like what he said is very very specific for his role. Like you
Mhm.
don't want to die stupid deaths. You want to farm as
Mhm.
much as possible, get gold, carry late game.
Mhm.
And for other roles, it's almost the same thing. If I'm playing jungle, I want to make sure I'm passing to my winning lane, losing lane, or defending my losing lane, and then
Mhm.
just ganking efficiently, clearing efficiently. Small goals that will build habit, and I think habit is it's you need to build good habits in rank to
Mhm.
actually put it in an actual competitive game, because how you play rank will determine how well you play competitively in terms of maybe I'd say efficiency, I think. And
Mhm.
for rank, what I would say is the most important thing that people should, this is the most general tip, is keep track of your gold per minute. If you maintain
Mhm.
around 850 to 900, I think you're doing pretty good.
Mhm. Mhm. Honestly, yeah. Like I noticed that too. Like there was a bit of a goal diff there, and I noticed how that changed. Like that, that itself is game changer. You know, in a bunch of these matches. Um, and I believe you're also a streamer, if I'm not wrong, correct? Or
Yeah, kind of
I,
stream time to time.
I was gonna like do a little shout out, like yeah, like so if anybody wanted to like watch any like, you know, like any like high gameplay, like they can come to your stream as well, correct?
That is correct.
That's good. That's good. I think that's pretty much all the questions I got. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming. Oh wait, sorry, last question. My bad. I was gonna ask what's next for you and the team as a whole, and like what can we look forward to in the future from all of you?
We're gonna see if there's any community tournaments like this one that's worth playing. Since there's not really competitive Wild Rift right now, but
Yeah.
next year we heard some news. Maybe Icons. Icons is a possibility, and it's a rumor still. And, but yeah, for now we're just playing rank. Maybe see some community tournaments, and we're just gonna relax like everyone else in NA.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Like, I can't wait to see like more from y'all, especially and like hopefully if Icons does return, which y'all heard it here first from Mr. Starting, but like take it with a grain of salt. But in case it does happen, like it'd be really exciting, be really cool to see like everybody who joined this tournament again, as well, especially as y'all, and seeing like what the next journey is gonna be for everybody. But that is all the time I have right now for questions. Thank you, Mr. Starting, for being here. Thank you, everybody, for joining in these interviews and showing your love and support to all these players and teams. And congratulations once again to Puddi. So happy for everybody here. And yeah, thank you. My name is Kiana for Wild Rift, and back to the casters.
And we are back. Thank you very much, Kiana, for Wild Rift, for the interviews for today. If you've enjoyed Kiana, you can follow him and his lovely dump truck over on Twitter or X, as the cool kids call it. But yeah, it's pretty much the sign-off for the Void series. Oh, yes, but in there we do have the giveaway, so I'm pretty sure it has been now cut off that you can't actually spam !jam time in the chat. We will be doing the raffle. Zachy Derp, I mean, cool name, is Zach, and I'm guessing is a derp. You have now derped your way for a free $10 PayPal giveaway. So congratulations to the derp Zachy, Zachman.
We'll
of
add
the
that to
derpster.
the 5 Ds of juking, derping.
Don't forget to contact either one of the lovely Jamco people through Twitch or Discord. So if you're in the chat now and you haven't fallen asleep or eating your chicken nuggies, definitely contact somebody already in the chat. But I don't believe there's anything else I need to cover in the sign-off. I will. Switching over to APHRO, Chantel, and Maisie now before me and Wee Woo say bye-bye.
Yep. I'm ready to go into the void, guys. Take me. Take me away.
I don't know if we'll be coming back after we've seen them off, but
You will
yes,
not.
if we're not back, no, we are not going to be back. So we have to say final goodbyes. This has been the most improvised goodbye ever. But thank you everybody that has been part of the series. Thank you for having me back. Thank you for making the reunion between me and Woo Woo possible. It has been absolutely bliss and amazing. And everybody in the chat, Kiana for Wild Rift for the interviews, the analysts as well. It has all been, and the previous casters also. Big shout out to those. It's been fantastic. Thank you very much for having me back. The British boy that is Blam. Follow me over on Twitter. I mean, if Blaziken can shout out a shameless promotion, I'm going to do it too. At Blam Wild Rift in Twitter, handing over to Wee Woo, the man who is Twitterless.
I am Twitterless. I'm Twitterless. I get, everyone gets angry at me when I'm like, it's not Twitter anymore, it's X. Why you guys keep calling it Twitter? And they're like, it's not X, it's Twitter. And I'm like, all right, guys. Well, I don't have either. I'm really nowhere besides Twitch. Even there, kind of not there. So I just love to be here, part of Jamco. It's fun. I appreciate chat. I appreciate them yelling at me, noticing. They notice when I switch my shirt. They notice when I button up. They notice when I get a Singed and Yasuo combination wrong, and I get yelled at in chat, and I love it all. I mean, it's fun, and being here with Blam, you know, riffing, waffling for Lord knows how long it's been. I can't even tell you. I just know that I'm hungry and I want Oreos, and it's been fun, and that's all I can say. And beef sticks. Yeah. But other than that, we'll take you guys to the founders, the promoters, the people who have been a part of this, who run this, who makes this possible, and have done an amazing job with this, with Appa, Chantal, and Macy.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Lovely gents.
Hello. All right, so I will definitely start us out. I first and foremost just want to thank everybody for coming in, for viewing, for watching, for being with us for this entire ride. I know it's been a very long time, 3 months. It's a little bittersweet for me as this comes to a close. But I'm very happy. I'm very proud of our team over here at Jamco. We've done a lot. We've learned a lot. We've grown a lot, and we're just very happy to be a part of the community. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we definitely it's been a long 3 months, and I will need to like hibernate after this, but especially like off of that video, just like looking back at like all of the things that like not only Jamco but just like other community orgs have done for the esports scene, like in the absence of Riot, is just really like so inspiring and encouraging, and like shit, we did that. I'm sorry, we did that. Like look at us as like a community. Holy cow! Like we've done so much. I'm so proud of everyone, and like it really is like it's such a team effort. Like there's no way that just like the four of us Jamco people could have like done this all by ourselves. Like it's so inspiring to see like everything that like this community has kind of banded together and done, and really like gives me hope for the future of this game and like the future of this community. So it's been so cool.
I'm sad to see it. I'm sad to see it come to an end. It's definitely been a trial. None more so than for Chantal and Macy. I have not been as active as I wish I was, but hi, I'm Appa. I'm the man behind the magic of everything, every single scuff that you guys saw here today in the past
Everything
weeks.
you see on the screen.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Really appreciate it. We're just gonna keep going forward. Hopefully, more so next year than this year. But besides that, thank y'all.
Yeah, I think
greatly appreciate you all for being here, and I think that is if Maisie doesn't have anything else to say,
we can.
No, I was just gonna say I think we don't have any like announcements or anything. We just want to give a thank you, and I think we have a little video again to
Yes, we wanted to give a thanks for
Yeah.
everybody. Just keep an eye out for everybody's smaller giveaways and events. I am doing one soon. I know that Babes Club might be doing one soon. I know that Star Garden Academy. So even if Jamco might be a little more quiet, well, don't worry, we'll be back. And you guys will have something else.
You have not seen The Last of Us.
Love you all. See you next year. Have a great night. Really appreciate you. Bye.
Bye. Oh, that is why. Oh, there it is. Now it's going credits. Bye.
We're holding, and no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind again, knowing just what they'll say. Don't care anymore, can't stay still anyway. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're